Hello, everybody. Look at me, ready to talk before we even get to the countdown being done. Crazy business. Crazy business. Hello, hello, hello. We're going to be starting the day off with herO versus Sort of. That's going to be our first matchup. Rogue Shamus look good, but Roddy's going to go for that one, so we will go for the other. Hello, everybody. Hi, hi, hi. It's the Kung Fu Cup today. I was going to be missing the Kung Fu Cup this week, and then turns out that I actually have I was going to be missing Kung Fu Cup, but then they actually moved it because GSL's tomorrow, so I'm away tomorrow. But Kung Fu Cup is obviously moved to today, so we get Kung Fu Cup one day earlier, and that's just good news for us. It means we can actually cast it instead of having to do the replays. So yeah, that's a nice little bonus. Very cool. Let's get ready to rumble. So yeah, we're gonna go around Sort of as soon as they get vetoed up. How's everyone doing? And hope you're all feeling good. Hope you're all feeling well. Yeah, we're just taking a couple moments to get this started. Like I say, waiting for herO and Sort of to be vetoed. And then we'll kick off into Kung Fu Cup. Weekly number 6. What actually happened last week in the Kung Fu Cup? I wasn't here last week either. Did I just take last week off? Oh yeah, it was my doctor's appointment. Yeah. I remember now. I did cast Kung Fu Cup 4. I casted that one from replays. Last week, Kira beat climbing the finals 3-0. It's a cool bracket actually last week. We're going to drop the lobby link down, so we're going to be getting moving here in just a second. Get this ready to begin. I don't know if anyone else is in here. All good. If not, yeah, we casted the one where herO. Yeah. We casted this one. Hey, there was just no Kung Fu Cup last week. Am I crazy? There just wasn't one last week? Oh. Huh. Yeah, it's so funny because I have it on my schedule and everything, and I thought I skipped it, but there just wasn't one. Huh. That's actually kind of funny. Yeah, that's kind of strange. Oh, so I didn't even miss one last week. Oh, I thought I was being a bad streamer. I thought I was being a naughty streamer, skipping out on a week of games, and apparently they just never happened. Oh wow. Okay, cool. All right, let's jump into this. Then is in the bottom right side. We're gonna have the blue Terran play to start things off. This is herO. As in the top left, our red Zerg is going to be Sort of. Alrighty, as we get this ready to rumble. Hatch gas pool coming up, drone is going to be on the way. Just going to be seeing the barracks coming about. Just going to be seeing the SCV coming in as well. Just going to be seeing a couple drones coming over for a few moments. I'm just going to be seeing the rest of this all settling down. Hatchery and company coming up for a few moments as well. So bringing this through. for a couple seconds. And we do have the first Reaper on the way. It's going to be an SCV scout from herO to start things off. Trekking, what's it called? Trekking across the map, trekking. So yeah, SCV trekking across the map, gonna get some scouting done here just early, and go from there. As you figure this one out in these next few moments. Queen with a couple of lings, continue to build through for a couple of moments as well, just bringing that into place. As you have the SCV, it's actually gonna nibble at the drone here for a couple of seconds, so gonna get a little feisty just for a few moments, and the drone and SCV go back and forth with one another for, like I say, just a few moments. Here we're going to shoot a couple of lings. It will continue to take some damage. The SCV still being chased out of here for the moment. And that Reaper is going to get through. The Zergling gets taken out. That is going to be a nice grab. Command Center, excuse me, Command Center and Factory still both building up. Make it a couple of Command Centers actually on the way through for the moment. So continue to bring that online just for now. And SCV continues to make a move back home. And of course, we've got the Reaper to take position on the map. Sorry, the Reaper actually got a couple of lings in the drone. As, just sorting something quickly, apologies, that's on me. A little bit slow to move the mouse back over. So the Reaper pulls back down to the bottom, Marine. Well, Hellions is going to come about. Hatchet coming through. I'm just going to be seeing the Command Center, the factories, the Hellions continue to come up. So we are going to see mech in this game with the extra factory coming online. So we're going to play a little bit of this so far. Everybody continues to move about. I think just going to poke around the front. Infinite Igniter coming around. Queen the Lings, the Overlords coming through. The last still building in. Just going to see those Hellions back around into the center at the moment. So coming back over, again, Infinite Igniter coming up. The few Hellions coming over. And drones, the Lair, the Hatchery, and the Queen continue to produce by for a moment. And the Bane Nest coming over. Just going to see the Zergling in the bottom right is going to get roasted and toasted by those few Hellions as well. It's going to be an easy pickoff. Obviously, herO trying to keep as much map control in his favor as possible here for these early stages. Trying to work on that for the moment as the 3 additional factories come through, so it's going to be 5 factories. Just for the moment, all those Hellions up into the center of the map. Going to get there. Hellions is going to be breaking through. A couple lings going down. Hellions is diving in. A couple queens going to be there. Lings running up as well. Just going to be seeing the Hellions continue to fight. The lings continue to drop. And we just have ourselves the Evo Chambers continue to produce on up. This is going to be nice though, just getting in with these Hellions, because now you've got to deal with this chaos everywhere as well. And you're just not really set to deal with this, right? Like lings and the queens. Really, it's just the queens that are the factor. Let's just gather up. Yeah, Hellions coming through. Queens is going to be coming about. Just going to be seeing the step back over. A couple of those Hellions continue to go down. And those Lings actually, that's painful as well. Those Eva Chambers actually finished, so now we actually have to kill those off. Obviously, use those to kind of wall and create this little bit of an extra defense, but now actually having to let them finish. Oh no, the Banes just rolled into the Eva Chamber as well, sort of. Bit of a mistake. That's a few Banes that go down that obviously had absolutely zero reason to go down. Infestation Pit, Roach Drone on the way through. The additional drones and the Lings still coming about. A couple of Banes coming up. Carapace and the Bane Speed coming by as well. And you get Lings and the Banes coming back over to the left side. Cyclone's going to lock. It's going to be attacking onto those Queens for a couple of moments. Good Cyclones with the lock-ons at the moment. No mag field yet, though. They'll obviously continue to do damage. The fact that we're still playing kind of Ling Bane here, essentially, as sort of is not exactly ideal. It's not the composition you want. Not when you're playing from behind as well. Not when you've already been taking damage. He has already droned up to 82, so the work count is fine. Baneling speed will be done in what? Half a minute or so. And Helligan's pulling back. There's going to be some of the Zerglings running back through. The Baneling is going to wander in, but it's just not going to be enough. This is going to be too much, and that's going to be GG. ryung is going to take the opening game of today's Kung Fu Cup with the mech. Getting in and getting damage done. Nicely handled. Alright, game number 2, going to be on Ruby Rock. Get this hosted up and get this ready to rumble in. And let's head into our second game of the day, guys. I'll go way through this Kung Fu Cup. Oh, the usual culprits are kind of missing today, right? No Clem, no Max Packs. It's a little bit of an emptier cup. It's actually a very Korean-focused cup. I look at non-Koreans, obviously, sort of, in here. I also look at, like, Elambo and Geralt, and that's about it. It's a very Korean-heavy cup today in the Kung Fu Cup. As we make our way over to the bottom right side, our blue Terran is going to be ryung. In the top left, red Zerg is going to be sort of. As the other few drones continue to gather about. And pull back through for a couple of moments as well. This settled in. Just going to be seeing the Overlord heading down that bottom right hand side. Try to see a bit more of what else is going on. Moving across for a little bit as, again, the Orbital and the Reaper building up into place. Queens of the Link still building up, the Overlord coming through, Extractor coming up as well. The Men Center and the Factory both building as you just see the Reaper coming over to the side, gonna nibble at the Extractor for just a couple seconds, so Put a little bit of pressure on, and we do have the CC in the factory. Continue to build up for the moment. And then Reaper just nibbling, and the Extractor will take a few more hits. CC is about to finish. Factory is going to be done soon. Reactor and the SCV continue to build. The drone and the Extractor coming up. Overlord and the Queen still building. And the Reaper turns back around, and the Queen still steps over. The Extractor going to get back in place for the Reaper. Just going to push that over here. And hatch on the way. The extra drone's coming up. The Extractor building by. Stop on the command center building through. A little grenade on the Queen. Just going to be seeing the Reaper escaping out of there. There's the orbital. And a couple of Hellions continue to come about for the moment. Starboard coming in just for the next couple of seconds. Queen's going to be there. Cryptomir going to be there. The Ling step over. Reaper is just going to be chased a couple seconds. And again, a couple Hellions, the Overlords, and the Ling speed all building through. Add that Queen on and get that into place as well. Just going to be seeing the Overlord still setting up. And again, the Hellions and the Viking continue to gather through. Top that building. Command center about to be finished. The Viking and the Hellions will continue to come about. Just going to see Hellions and Reaper looking to dive by into the natural, maybe up and toward the main base. Blood drones are still nearby as well. Just going to be seeing the, again, Hellions and the Viking coming online. A couple of Queens and the Ling speed still coming up. We are going to see the Hellions, the Reaper, trying to get in toward a few of these drones here and looking to get some damage dealt. We're going to get a couple of workers. Going to be stim this time, of course, from ryung. No extra factories. No mech on the way just yet as the Raven and the Stimpak continue by. Engineering base building up, the Overlords and the Queen coming through. The Rotron is coming up. It's going to be seeing the refinery and the Extractors coming up as well. And the Raven still producing. It's going to see the Vikings going to keep nibbling through on the Overlord for a few moments. So we're going to pick away at that for a little while. Overlord is getting lower and lower, and Overlord will drop. Hellions up to the top side, trying to see where we get to. The Zerglings move back around as well. Pull back to the left for a little while. Again, the rest of these Hellions moving out. Another Hellion moving around. A few Marines are going to be stepping out the front also, just chilling and hanging for a little bit. +1/+1 upgrades. Stimpak coming through. Roaches and the Carapace upgrade coming into place. That is about to finish, and we got the extra barracks on the way in as well. Just bringing all of that up and online. The Hellions and the Raven come back around to the front, and they are going to be poised to put a little bit more pressure on. This hatchery obviously in some trouble. And drop the tech lab into the auto turret, into place. I'm just going to start chipping through this hatchery, as the hatchery will take quite a lot of damage, really. So yeah, taking quite a few hits. The hatchery is going to get replenished here. Queen's still gathering. Roach speed and the Carapace upcoming. The drones and the Overlords continuing by as well. So again, just bringing a lot of that into play at the moment. 1/1 upgrades, combat shield. Continue to produce straight through. It's going to be seeing the Medivacs, tank, and Marines building by also for now. Hellions come back over to the left. It's going to be seeing the 1/1 in the combat shield still coming up. Carapace and the Roach speed. I'd imagine that ryung wants to put a bit more pressure around this left side still. Some Hellions and the Raven join up once more. The Queens are going to step over. Just going to keep those Hellions at bay. We have the couple of depots down on the edges. Will load a few of those Marines up, and we'll actually start looking to drop around. We're going to still use this auto turret. Helps to push the Queen back, which allows the Hellions to then get through and get rid of the creep tumors, which is really neat. So again, utilizing this Raven pretty darn well for the early stages. Definitely not bad in the first few moments of this one. So have again Roaches, Carapace, Roach speed, all of that coming through. Medivacs, tanks, and Marines, and upgrades abound. Still at the moment as the Hellions coming around the left side. The Medivac is going to go boosting up toward the top. He's going to be there, just going to see the Hellions turned away once more. Still got the Medivacs ready to boost forward for a couple of moments, and just going to get straight into position. This is, I was going to say, there's units here, and ryung kind of stopped unloading. He didn't get everything out. Vikings just going to shoot. Just going to be seeing the Roach Ravages still getting chased away. Extra Ravages morphing in, ready to push forward. And coming through. And the Roach Ravages still pushing through. The Marines and the Hellbats holding back. A couple of Medivacs going to be there. Marines are still going to try and push up. So I guess you know the Hellbat was still going down. There's a lot of Roach Ravager, but the anti-armor missile definitely helps. The Marine count's still decent. Now the tanks start getting hit, but we're through onto the Ravagers. Ravagers just die so quickly in this scenario. The streaming in reinforcements are not going to be enough, and ryuN is going to clean this up and defend. Marines coming back over. We're just going to be seeing the Hatcher going down. The few Lings and going to run through. Medivacs have to load back up as well. It's going to be pulling back around the right side also. Step across. A couple of Medivacs ready here to unload. I'm just going to be settling this down again. 2-2 upgrades still coming about. Concussive Shells is on the way through as well. Just going to see the rest of these Zerglings still thinking about the potential run onto this bottom right side. 2-2 upgrades and Concussive Shells all coming online. A little bit of Bio going to be there, pushing the Lings back away. The Roach Ravager still pushing at the front. Bunker going down. Depot's falling. Again, Ling Roach still building through. The Lings on the right side going to get turned around once again. Still having this Roach Ravager army looking to get back across here. A couple of SCVs have fallen for the moment. So you can see another anti-armor missile landing straight through onto this. And we will see the... I think the Bioforce is just too much. Also, 2-2 upgrades are absolutely massive in this scenario, right? 2-2 upgrades will do so much for you here, so upgrades are going to be good. ryuN is going to be fine. And this game is going to be won. It's going to be GG's. And first series of the day goes the way of ryuN, who will advance on through to play Classic in the next round, which we're probably just going to stick with, because I don't think it makes sense for us to really go diving into anything else. So I think that's probably going to be our game plan here. Get this ready to go. A couple of seconds. All right. Yeah, I'll give it a moment. We'll get this set to start. Yeah, ryuN versus Classic sounds good to me. Let's run some ads, guys. We have a few moments to kind of get through this, so we'll just take a second or so. It's ready to start up. Okay, ready to resume back into this. Alright. I hope everyone's doing well. Kung Fu Cup action today, continuing through. And yeah, like I say, Classic ryuN going to be our next round matchup, so we'll get this started in just a few moments. Coolio. Alright. It'll be a few moments, guys. Get this ready to resume once again. Get back on track. Get this ready to go one more time. Classic ryuN have actually played some pretty crazy games lately. They've been playing a lot of very fun matches of StarCraft when they've played each other. I think back to a couple times they've played, but they've gone to 3 games, and we've been waiting for them in the tournament and everything, and they've been playing like absolute epics on other streams while we've been kind of waiting for them to finish up. So Obviously, you got to favor Classic here, but like I said, it's funny because I feel like ByuN gives Classic a better run for his money than you expect. ByuN last beat Classic in 2025, WardiTV Mondays 59. ByuN's AFK moment. I'm thinking of WardiTV Mondays 75 round of 16. Classic won 2-1 and ByuN took a map in that. Apparently in Mondays 81, Classic won 2-0, Classic won in the Team League, and Classic also won in GSL qualifiers as well. So a lot of that coming about. We're going to have a Korean, Chinese observer joining us here as well, so we might have the Chinese guys coming with us. Hopefully we don't get held up. Hopefully we can just go. But yeah. It's a cool second round match, to be fair. Even if Classic is a bit of a favorite. You gotta go through some of the favorites sometimes, you know? Alright, jumping into Winter Madness, Classic and ByuN. Let's get this started. Let's get this ready to rumble. Alright, in the top left-hand side is going to be our red Protoss. This is going to be Classic as we kick off into game number 1 of this best of 3 series. He takes on the blue Terran in the bottom right-hand side. And it's going to be ByuN. We already have a probe on the map, causing a bit of trouble as the barracks comes through as well. And you got that up and running. SV and probe will just nibble for a couple of moments. It's going to be seeing a little bit of back and forth coming through here. It's going to be seeing the the stop sign thrown down, and the probe just ignores it as well. Stop! And the probe just walks straight on in. I mean, I think that's a pretty universal symbol as well. You can't claim that you don't understand what that means. Alright, well. It's going to be having ourselves the gold probes getting mining. And just going to be seeing the Nexus and the Cyber Core all coming through for a little bit. Yeah, the first couple of seconds here, just going to be seeing the probe actually going down, which is kind of a nice little grab, seeing that fall already. Just going to be seeing the Walk Gate and so still coming up as well, so I'm going to bring that over. Bag's going to move across. Again, that factory going to finish very soon. The Marine's still coming by. Again, the command center, the refinery. Continue to build up into place just for a second. And again, the factory jumping onto the tech lab here for a few moments. So just getting a lot of this up and ready to go. Again, Cyclone the Marine coming through. Just going to have ourselves the Warp Gate and the Twilight Council coming up as well. Cyclone's still gathering up. Just getting settled in here for a couple of seconds. Again, they got that blink coming through. Get a lot of this being brought into place. Just going to be having the Warp Gate coming about, Robo Facility coming online. And bringing a lot of this through for the moment. The depot and the reactor coming up into position. For the moment, a few Stalkers are going to continue to head down toward the bottom. I see the few Stalkers going to poke across the tech lab on the starport is going to be coming about as well. So just seeing that for a couple seconds. Continue to come about and seeing what else we can do. Just going to have the next of the Robo Facility continuing in for a moment. Just have the medevac now coming across the map as well. So just going to be bringing that over to the other side. Taking a couple seconds here to bring that about and see what we can do. And the medevac loads up. Just going to escape out of there for a couple seconds. So again, getting away for a moment. Bringing ourselves out of this. We've seen the Stalkers able to deny the medevac pretty comfortably. So that's going to go very well. And shut that down. Definitely not a bad starting point. Also on attack, Stimpack all building through, so again bringing that up just for a couple seconds here, and we have ourselves the Raven. Is going to get back across the map for any moment as well. Let's see just what else we can do. More units just gathering back around, so again we reset things and give it a moment here to have the Robo Bay coming up. So you can see Classic Sonic kind of expand up into a bit of additional tech for the moment. And Robo Bay, a couple gates still coming by. We have +1 combat shield and Stimpack again, all of that reducing straight through just for a second here. And you have the, again, Robo Bay +1 tackle charge, continue to build into place, just going to see that battery continue to come up and get rolling. Stimpack combat shield +1, all building through. And again, concussive shells coming up as well, bringing that straight in. Bio is going to get here. Bio going to come across. Those shots coming in. We've seen that Bio Force going in toward those Stalkers, so again getting a little bit of extra damage out. The Stalkers actually taking a bit of a beating for a moment or two. It's going to be seeing this army from herO chasing and obviously able to deny a lot of information for a couple moments. Plus the Zards again going to gather themselves back around just for a moment as we are going to recall back. Afraid of this bigger attack, so just going to bring the Stalkers back home as well, get them back on track, and get everything ready to settle here for the next couple of moments still. Armor upgrade coming up, Viking Marine Marauder coming online. The Zealots are going to start charging across. Obviously, Classic can apply a lot of pressure with these Zealots if given the right opportunity, so a little bit of movement there to try and set up for exactly that. Medevac's going to be taking a few shots as well, going to get pushed away, so again, herO not able to break through just yet. And Nexus Colossus coming by, again +2 attack, and the Thermal Lance coming online as well. can see the Vikings at armor upgrade continue to come on through. Just gonna have the Stalker sitting over on the side. Again, the starport coming in as well here for a second. Just gonna be seeing the Widow Mine getting a little shot off. Again, got that Colossus and company coming through. Again, +1 armor, +2 attack. Continue to produce. Take a couple moments in that as well, and we just have ourselves the like I say, upgrades coming about. Classic going to take this second to kind of get set up further in this game. Getting himself the next Nexus along obviously goes a long way as well. Puts him into a nice cozy spot on the grand scheme of things here. Just going to be seeing the +2, the +1 armor coming online. The prism speed is on the way up as well. So again, bringing a lot of that on the way through for now. Two Nexus building, and probes in the Colossus continue to come about, and we just have ourselves another round of Zealots warping straight in. The prism speed is going to be done fairly shortly. Liberator gets sieged up, takes a moment. Just going to be having the again +2 attack, +1 armor, both building into place, getting those upgrades completed. But ByuN has a good army, right? If nothing else, his army looking reasonable. Going to see the Stalkers and the Zealots coming back across. Viking, Marine, herO all coming through. The ByuN is going to get rid of this pylon here for a couple seconds as well. It's just going to knock that straight down. And we're only going to be seeing again Stalkers in the Prism. +2 armor upgrade coming up as well. Now we got this Nexus top right. This is where the game gets really difficult for him because Classic just starts expanding absolutely everywhere. This truly is kind of where this game gets a little bit out of reach, unfortunately. And like I say, if you don't start controlling this soon, it becomes quite the problem. So I'll start figuring that out as y'all can see. Whoa, this fight though. Can the Vikings get rid of the Colossus quickly enough? They're spreading their damage. They're also just standing there and taking the brunt of the Stalkers and the Archon shot. So not really ideal at all. But alas, we make it through. He's coming down that bottom right side. Just going to be seeing the Liberator sieging up already. Just going to get that in position. Just going to be seeing the army coming straight through. EMPs onto the Archon's Prism is going to go down already. So again, Prism falls. Archon going to get picked off. Those couple of Zealots still being eaten alive as well. So just seeing those continue to drop in. Still got Stalker Sentry coming through. Just going to see the couple of Nexus building as well. That's the attack upgrade still coming on the line. Just going to be having the Colossus, the Stalkers, and the Zealots all gathering up. A few more Zealots walking back in here as well. Just for a couple of moments. Just going to see our army gathering. Stalkers ready to fight. Double refinery down over on the right side. Again, CC just getting set up as well. Bringing that straight through into place. I mean, big push. Just going to see a couple of these balls starting to drop. Classic just attacking in. This is the thing. Classic has 91 workers behind this. So has a lot of economy to follow up on here. And that's why you can afford to kind of make these trades and rebuild back out of these scenarios. So a lot of that is just see the 3 upgrades coming through. Colossus and the Stalkers still pressing in. Just going to be seeing the Bioforce pushing back the other side. The couple of Stalkers still taking a few more shots as we are going to be having... Really is able to hold on. He is able to push this back, so... Again, turn that out of here just for a couple of seconds. We are going to see the Colossus coming back over. One of mine shoots and a couple of Zelds are going to go down. The defense at the front is actually pretty good. ryung is going to make a reasonable hold of this over here just initially, so holding that part up. Just going to see a few ByuNs are still going to come around just for a couple seconds. Again, +1 ship weapons, +3 attack upgrade coming online as well, so bringing a lot of that over. Stalkers, Colossus, and the Zeld's going to step through. Bioforce looking to try and chase forward as well. Trying to get as much done as we can here over the next couple of moments. Going to be seeing the Vikings are going to start shooting at those Colossus again. It's just Classic can come back in again and again and again with this army just on repeat, basically. It's just going to keep going. The Vikings going to get in after the Colossus. Just going to be seeing the Colossus going down. Just going to see the Stalker still pushing through. Going to keep pushing in. The SCV's going down. It's going to be seeing the Stalk and the Zeld. It's going to be too much. And getting this wrapped up for the next couple of moments here. As you're going to see, I mean, yeah, there's no hold at this point for ryung. It's going to be GG. That is going to do it. All right, we will head to game number 3. Alright, I'm getting to this in a second. It's going to be 10,000 feet coming through. Let's get this set up. Ready to participate. Alrighty, guys. Thank you for joining us, of course, as well today so far. This is the Kung Fu Cup number 6 action. Continue to give you guys some games here. And we're going to be going to 10,000 feet in a couple moments. Get everyone back into this. Get this ready to rumble. We definitely had another caster in here before. There we are. They're going to join us now. Go, go. And we're heading into game number 2. Let's get this going. Yeah, Classic just got to that point where he starts throwing down those extra bases, and isn't that just the moment where Classic just runs away with the PVT so freaking often? Almost every time, I swear. As get ready to rumble. In the bottom right side, taking that 1-0 lead, it is going to be Classic. Up against the Blue Terran in the top left from on side, we've got ryung. Will ryung bounce back? Like I said, it's definitely, you know, an underdog scenario for him, but you can see the beginnings of hope in that last game. Just needed a couple of the drops to actually maybe hit a little bit better and to get a little bit more done. Be able to do some of that, then that could have been great. Could have been a deal breaker, perhaps, as we just have the SCVs in the barracks continue to come through for a few moments. So again, bringing that into place. Draw the CC down, so not going to be afraid of that pot already. You can see the factory coming up, the reactor coming through for a couple moments. Just going to see the Nexus, the probe, and the Adept continue to build into place as well. The refinery and the factory both still coming online. The command center is coming through, the SCV is producing. And again, continue to bring a lot of this into play just for now. The Twilight Council also continuing to get online here. And that probe just out the front is holding its own for a couple of moments. Again, the Stalker, Twilight Council, the Warp Gate, bit of everything coming online just for now. Having the Chrono Boost on that Nexus. And again, a couple more probes continuing about here. Just for a second. A couple of Hellions and that Marine still building through, so we'll have a few Hellions to actually try and make this work with as well. Just going to see the couple of Hellions are going to be there. Adept taking some damage. And the Adept is going to get and kill and then should go down. Obviously does see two Hellions and still sees the reactor, the factory being reacted as well, so you get an idea of maybe what's coming through on that over the next few moments as well. Again, Twilight Council continue to come through. The Blink on the way up, the Warp Gate still building. Had a couple of gates and Stalker on the way there as well, so again, just continue to bring that online for now. Hellions just poking onto the Stalker then for a couple of seconds, as you can see. I mean, the Stalker just trying to clean this up. Obviously, if you can get rid of the Hellions, especially if you get them lower, then you're going to reduce a lot of the threat that could be kind of hitting your mineral line at any point. So, trying to do that to the best of our ability. As the Hellions are going to be able to win this fight, and there's an SCV here to actually do a bit of repairing as well, funnily enough. So, actually have a little bit of bonus, benefits in play. Like I say again, the Hellions repaired up, give them a chance to go across the map full HP. We are going to follow this up with Cloak Banshees and the Siege Tank production from ByuN, so he gets that on the way as well. Bring that straight through for the moment. Bring that online. Again, that all settled in here. And Banshee Tank, the Marines and the Cloaking continue to produce in for a couple of seconds. Starport still proxied away, so again, eyes on that to see if it gets up to any mischief. And charge on the way up and bring that over for a couple of moments as well. And just going to have that to help us out here in a couple of seconds. Again, Banshee on the right side, Nexus coming down on the right as well, just getting that settled into place already. Charging the Observer, continue to come through. Just going to see the Banshee is able to latch onto a few of those probes right now. 5-6 workers going down, the Stalker's getting underneath. Banshee goes down already, so again, clearing that up right away. Stalker's going to keep hitting, Hellions still taking some shots. Folks will put a little bit more firepower into this. Tank and those Marines are gathering back once more here, so again, just trying to get a little extra going. We've seen Stimpack +1 building through. The defense from Classic looking good across the board. Battery, pylon, both coming into place. Against Impact on Bajil and the +1, so all those bio upgrades are still very much so coming through and getting into position here, so again, getting that online. Getting that all ready to fully rumble. Seeing what we can be doing. The Stalker's still coming back up the right-hand side. Storm and the +1 attack upgrade coming about as well. And she'll take a few shots of damage being pushed away. Again, I'll get a little bit more done in this already. Does Ryung want to go across the map? Does he want to kind of send it, or does he just want to sit back and defend? The problem if you sit back and defend is you give Classic all of that space to just start expanding and doing whatever it is he wants to do in this game. Freedom is really kind of just achieved at that point, essentially. So it's definitely, like I say, an interesting question mark of your approach in this situation. Banshee is going to be good. I mean, 6 probes is very good damage. Not bad at all. So that's talking the High Templar coming through as well. The Bio still joining back up together as well then, so again, bringing that back across for a moment. Just going to be seeing the Bio and the mines coming around on that left side. The Observer still stepping over as well, just trying to see what else we can do to get back in position. Bio, Tank Force still gathering in together here, just going to have our High Templars continue to produce. Again, get the Stalkers result, the High Templar continue to build by, so again, get a lot of good stuff on the way through here just at the moment. Fire Force is gathering, actually going to get a jump into this, okay, because Classic's across the map, so Ryung and Classic are going to avoid each other. Getting into a little bit of a base trade, which you generally would think is not going to be too terrible for Ryung. I mean, to me, it gives him an opportunity at least, which is more than you can ask for a lot of the time when you're playing against Classic. It's going to make this a little bit weird. Let's see how the defense goes. Classic running straight up here, trying to capitalize on this position he has. Wants to break into this main base and get more done. Ryung on the other side still has to get to the main base of Classic. Still has some work to be doing in these next couple of moments, so is very much so looking to get that figured out. I mean, he's going to get into the main base now. Does he have enough to make something significant of this? Obviously, Classic has other bases around the place. Both players have lost a lot of workers already. Standing armies are very similar in army supply. Love the Liberate production from Ryung. Flip's something that can do a lot in this phase of the game, so good to kind of see that coming through and being established. There's the Bio coming in, the pylon goes down. Just going to see that orbital coming about as well. It's also going to be dropping here for the next couple of moments. I'm just going to see the SCVs all coming to the other side. I mean, like I say, Classic still has bases here and there. He's got positions to work with essentially at this point in time as well. Obviously, the structures of Ryung are floating. He's got the right side base still, is kind of the notable part of this game at the moment, I guess, from Classic's perspective. And Ryung would have to break that down, otherwise this could get a little scary, perhaps. More storms coming through, so again, just bringing that straight about. Just going to be seeing the Bio, the tanks, the libs, again, all gathering together here just for a moment or two. Trying to protect his army as he sieges the libs on top and stops Classic from walking into him. Obviously, Classic has the ability to delay with the storms as well. If Ryung wants to try and get up that ramp and make a push there, that may not actually be able to, be allowed to happen, essentially. As you can see, Classic trying to break down onto this right now. Gets a couple of storms off initially, definitely softening up this army. As we are going to see Ryung trying to dodge out the way. Supplies are still very similar. Again, Ryung is maybe under just a bit more pressure to really get up here and do something, because Classic has that mining base, so maybe just needs to get in, like I say, make something happen in the next few moments. Storm still active. Storm's doing a lot of work. Classic about 10, 12 army supply ahead. It's not a lot, but it doesn't need to be a lot right now, as it's seemingly going to be enough. Ryung on 13 supply is going to meet his demise in today's Kung Fu Cup 6 in the early rounds against Classic, who will move on through with the comfortable 2-0 to get through to that next round of competition. Alright, so Classic moves on by. Let's run some ads and let's have a little peek at the bracket and see who we're maybe going to be looking at next. herO has taken out Let Alex. He will play SHIN or Shameless in round 3. Classic will play Zaun or Perceive. Obviously not loving having to... that looks like PvP, so we might avoid that. Q and Lambo are playing right now as well, and the winner of that plays Solo or Odd. So maybe we try and go Q or Lambo and we just kind of work our way from there. Be a cool way to approach this. Maybe let's hop to the NA server and see if they are already in-game or playing or something. We can get some information on that. That would be awesome. Kira's in game for 12 minutes already. So Kira and Lambo are pretty deep into their current match. I guess we maybe just wait for them to finish up and we can go from there maybe. So I think we'll take a quick little break. When we come back, more StarCraft 2, obviously. We've got more games to get through. But yeah, let's probably kind of keep out... Oh, never mind. Kira just came out of game, so we might have a result on Kira Lambo in a moment. If not a result, we might have another game. So we actually just might be able to hop straight towards this in a second or so. Let's have a look. See if they go back in game or if there's... Nope, there's just a result. So it's going to be Kira advancing. And with Kira advancing, he will play against either Solar or Art. So that's going to be what gets figured out next. Looks like Shameless and SHIN are still waiting to play their game. So that's being held up a little bit right now. So yeah, Shameless and SHIN waiting to play. Kira waiting for Solar or Art to finish. Yeah, I think we're probably still going to go to the break then because we need to take a few moments to figure out what is probably going to come up next for us, guys. So we'll take a couple. We'll come back. More StarCraft 2 going to be coming in very shortly as you're watching the Kung Fu Cup 6. I'll see you guys in a moment. Alright, we are loading into the lobby, guys, for Solo and Kira in this next round. Solo got the win over Art a couple moments after we went BRB. So it's going to be Solo Kira coming up. And just wait for this to get underway. I got a few people in this lobby ready to enjoy some TVZ, it seems. So give it a moment. Get this ready to kick off. Head into, like I say, Winter Madness for this opening game of Kira and Solar. A lot of people joining us here. Should be allowed to go, I believe, so kick this off any moment. Solar's ready. Just waiting for Kira. Kira is BRB. Once Kira is back, guys, obviously we're good to go on our side. I think the players will be pretty ready to go as well. Just need Kira to be ready. And we should be good to kick this off. Go gets gold. Let me kick this into play. Alright, guys, let's head into Solo and Kira's more action from today's Kung Fu Cup. Continues to come into play. Get this going right now. And send it into Winter Madness. Alright, so in the top left-hand side it is going to be our red Terran player. This is going to be from Team Liquid. It is Kua. And he's up against the blue Zerg. In the bottom right-hand corner of the map, we've got ourselves Solar. Let's kick off into game one of another fresh best of 3 right here. Getting this up and underway. Alright, so a little bit of TVZ action. Get this ready to begin. Max coming up, hatching the gas coming about just for a couple of seconds as well. So again, bringing a lot of this online. Just to start with, and we'll see what kind of a Kira Solo game we get here. I remember back when Kira Solo was like some of the absolute pinnacle of the online StarCraft that we saw. They used to meet each other in a lot of events. They were both kind of online kings way back, and everything way back in like the Base Trade TV era of online stuff as well. I remember casting these two on Base Trade TV with ZG, and, chatting about again the fact that they were always so dominant in the online tournaments, which really was the case. Let's just have hatch pool coming up, drones on the way, so we'll get a couple of seconds going there. The Overlord is producing by and bringing itself up in action. The Reaper, the command center, and the rest of this continues into play as well here for a couple of seconds. So we continue to get that on the go. And it's going to be seeing the couple queens and lings coming by also. You have the Reaper heading down to the bottom side of the map. So a couple of queens, the link speed all coming about, coming in the center in the factory, coming around as well. The Marine and the SCV will be producing, and the Reaper right into the natural to see what else is going on. Reaper will shoot, and again a couple of those lings taking a few shots of damage, a few hits coming into play. And we've seen the lings coming back around as well for a few moments. So again, try and get set up for a little bit. Get this settled and see what we can do. couple of Lings will again hold up just to the top for a few moments. So again, getting in position there, holding about for a little while, getting settled in momentarily. Queen's going to be in position. Reba gets pushed back to the other side. I'm just going to be having a couple more Hellions building through the tech lab on the barracks. Starport producing, command center, SCVs, and Hellions all still building. Bringing a lot of that up and drawing the hatchery. Everything else continue to come by just for the moment. Well, Queen's going to get grenaded for a couple seconds, so again, just going to see that pushed around for a couple mows there. Again, the Hellions, the Banshee, and the Cloaking coming through as well, so again, continue to bring a lot of the harassment possibilities up. Here again, just a lot of that established right away. There's a ground kind of breakaway point of this. Just going to be seeing again the rest of this continuing through for a little bit. Just going to see the Marines going to jump onto that Overlord. Overlord already taking some damage, because that's going to try and fly through the factory lift of the reactor. Moves across over to the side instead. And just going to be seeing the barracks coming into place as well. Orbital command coming up. Banshee, Cloaking on the way through. He's still trying to poke to see if there's anything more they can find over the next couple seconds. Again, the lab building, drones, Lings, Overlords continue to come about as well. Lings will be there. Again, ready to push away on that one just for a second. Let's take a few shots. We are going to see that Stimpack building through as well from Curious, so just confirmation it's going to be Bio. Wouldn't usually point it out, but you saw herO playing that bit of mech today in the very first matchup, so the idea of the possibility of mech is kind of on my mind, where it oftentimes would not be. And more upgrades in the stim coming by. Again, the Marines, the SCVs, and the rest of it all coming through. We do have 1-1 missile upgrades building up as well, so again, getting that online next couple of moments. Those Banshees now just going to linger about to see what they can find for themselves. Then we have the Queens obviously in some trouble, trying to save the drones as well, trying to stop issues from breaking about right here. Missile upgrades, carapace upgrades continue to come through for a little bit, so again, getting that online. Just going to see the Stimpack building by as well. 1-1 upgrade stim. And obviously the missile and carapace upgrades coming through too, so again, a little bit extra there to work with. He's going to find himself onto a front hatchery. He's still holding a lot of map control units, moving around pretty comfortably for him at the moment out in the center. So, a couple of units just going to gather about. Missiles, carapace, both building the Bane speed, Hydra speed. Bane speed and Hydra range continue to come up and online as well, as we do have Hellion Marine tank around the left-hand side. A couple of these crypt tubes going to get cleaned away at. So again, just picking through those for a couple of moments. Those Lings going to show up and actually just jumping straight onto a couple of Marines as well. Sola is going to be trying to have some activity of his own on the map. Obviously, he was very much so cute, just kind of cruising around at the front. In fairness, I mean, Sola still has some pretty good creep in front of his bases, so he still has a lot of control there. So that part is definitely not the problem, as the 2-2 upgrades come about, the Hive on the way. Sola happy to just say, well, if you're not putting too much pressure on me, I am going to tack up and I am going to let this game kind of develop through in my favor. So And a lot of that into place right now. He's going to be seeing those tanks sieging, the Marines and the Hellbats pushing forward. Hydra's getting chased out of there also. Again, Lurkaden and Hive all building up. The Ling Bane is still coming through. Those two Carapace as a part of this. The Muscular Augments also producing. And the Queens and the Hydras join together. Just going to see a little bit of the Ling Bane running out of here. You're not going to be seeing that Lurkaden is taking along. If you get to Lurker, Solo is going to be feeling so much more comfortable and confident in this game. But of course, that involves us getting through to those Lurkers. So, when we get to the Lurkers is going to be one of our first question marks, as we are going to be seeing him just bursting through this right now. Gets a lot of the tanks in the front, which breaks down a lot of this position. So that's going to go a big part of the distance to making sure that we are good here. Viper's coming through as well. The Marines are going to stem forward, so at least we can get rid of some creep spread. But like I said, I think generally speaking, Solo's done a good job of negating the damage that's being dealt and putting himself in a position to continue through. And like I say, the Lurkers on the verge of existence here as well is going to make them very powerful and make his gameplay or game plan a whole lot better as well. Bane's going to morph. The Ling Hydra gathering back around too. Oh, couple of lag spikes. Don't think the players feel it, otherwise they'd probably say something, but hopefully that's not too consistent. I'm not dropping any frames, so hoping that is just the server having a second and not really too big of an issue. Spain's actually going to get a nice little connection there as well, so able to get a little bit done right off the bat. Tier 3 upgrades coming about. Marine Marauder Medivac still coming online. Commencing is the missile turret building as well. Just going to see how Ling Hydra 4 is going to gather back over, and we have got the Banes are going to work their way up the left side now, so away they go. Continue applying some more pressure. +2 missiles, +2 melee upgrade. The Sizing Spine's coming through. It's about to finish. And you are going to see the Marines and the Medivacs going back across to the other side as well. I'm just going to be seeing the Marines, the Medivacs coming back in. The Overseer taking a few shots of damage. We are going to see this army now from Solo back over to the right side. It's going to relocate itself for a moment or two. 23 upgrades still very much so becoming prevalent here, so we get those upgrades up and online for the Terran player, the Engineering Bays. Game staying busy. Solar is still just working on +2 upgrades, but he's also worked on missiles, melee and carapace, so he's built a whole lot more in the grand scheme of things than his opponent maybe has done. And again, just linking Hydra, settling together. Those blinding clouds are going to enable Solar to really run into this fight very comfortably. The Hydra's done some good work and Commandson are going down. The Banes are going to crash on up into this Bioforce up on the high ground. So we're going to get some good damage dealt over there. And that's going to be seeing the 3-3 and the concussive shells all still moving through the ghosts. Just for a couple of seconds still. It's going to be seeing Marine Marauder, Tank Ghost still building by. For a little bit, the Marines get underneath the Overseer, taking some more damage again, getting chucked away just for a little while. Just going to be seeing the Marines are still continuing to fight. Link's still taking some shots. The Marines are still going to come running through for a little bit as well. Going to have ourselves the rest of those Lings still continuing to cross there. The Marines are going to be trying to hold out for just a second. I mean, Solo just continuing to deal with the pressure of Kira kind of as it comes, doing a decent job of that for the most part right now. And +3 vehicle weapons, the plane and so coming through as well. Hydro Bane is going to come through. Bio is coming about. Just resettling for a little bit. We see the rest of the Bio coming back the other side. Bane's going to roll through. The Viper's throwing the Blinding Clouds down. So again, trying to get as much done as possible for these next couple moments. Again, Ghost the Marines, the tank still going through. Just got that Marauder and a few extra Ghosts coming about. And a few more Banes still morphing in. Ling Hydra coming back around. Just going to be seeing the +3 vehicle. Weapons coming up. We're now going to see a big surge at the front again, using those Blinding Clouds well. But it's obviously kind of wild overall so far as well, as this is still just purely the Ling Bane Hydra. Obviously, has got the other tech available, just has not really needed to use it yet, as he's having good success with his Ling Bane Hydra, getting into position sometimes. I feel the lurk is now showing up on the left side, going to siege this base and just become a complication that Kira has to figure out. Lurk's going to hit. Planetary Fortress will be taking some shots. Ling Bane Hydra still pushing through. It's going to be seeing +3 vehicle weapons coming about. The cloaking on the way in. We've seen the Bioforce, the Medivacs continue to gather up for a couple of seconds. Just going to see the Medivacs doing their healing, doing what they can to keep this all healthy and alive. +3 missiles, +3 melee, all building through for the moment. Again, bringing a lot of that up for now. Bane Hydra going to roll through. A couple of Blinding Clouds go down. Tank's going to get caught in that. The Ling Bane is still rushing forward as well. Continue to chase straight through. The Ghost pulling all the way back. We're not going to be seeing this is, I think, going to start looking very deadly on Bisolar as he is pushing right through onto this army of Kira. And it feels as though he's getting more than enough done to see this one through to victory. 70 supply lead, obviously denying bases. Kira still has a 4 base setup, which is oftentimes good enough for a while in this matchup, but I think here we're probably just looking at a little bit too much necessary to keep this all going. +3 melee, +3 missiles, the flyer attack upgrade coming through as well. A couple of snipes coming down for a few moments also, and we'll just have our Ling Bane Hydra still setting up. +3 missiles, +3 melee, continue to come over. I'm just going to be seeing, again, Marine Tank, Hellbat Medevac, continue to produce by for now. Tanks, vehicle plating, a couple of Medivacs coming through. The Viper's still moving about, getting sniped though. A couple of Ghosts being in the backfield there is able to deliver. It's actually going to be very nice as the Hydra Bane looking to run through this once again. Just obviously looking to mostly knock down those tanks. Open up this space. We are going to be seeing Solo has plenty to just kind of run on in and headbutt into that with, so it shouldn't really be too much of a problem long term. Again, some extra Hydras and Vipers are producing through. Solo able to be rich enough just to rebuild and go here pretty much non-stop. And is continue to just see success with that. Couple tanks coming over. A few more shots coming through. Ling Bane Hydra coming up. The defensive part of this from the Terran can kind of keep you going for a little while. So that part is definitely a positive here. tank Marine. How about the medevac coming through? A couple missile turrets are going to step back up as well. These Lings and these Hydras are going to step through, jump onto these orbitals for a couple moments. So again, the Lings and the Hydras are going to come straight across. Just going to be pushing our way onto this. We're going to see that orbital command taking some pretty hefty damage over here as well. We're just going to have ourselves the couple tanks are still moving through this and getting some more damage out for just a couple seconds. Well, the rest of this coming through, the Hydra Queen pulling back over for a couple seconds as well. It's just, again, I mean, look at the map. It is covered in creep. There's not really much to say about a game like this. Like, this one is kind of done. Sometimes it's time to just move on. But, yeah, we're going to live until the very bitter end of it, apparently, as Kua. He will not give up until he is sure there's no other possible way in existence. I mean, hey, I appreciate his dedication to the cause, man. He's not quitting. We can say that much at least. He is definitely not quitting. So yeah, he is in this till the end apparently. And to be fair, why quit if your opponent is yet to show the ability to kind of knock you out of the game as well? Brood Lords are going to get active, just going to push over with that for a couple seconds. And obviously pushing in with those may be one way just to continue to kind of see this through. Brood's going to keep on firing, the tanks continue by. And, I mean, obviously the tanks are going to be that useful with all of these Brood Lords here, so that's going to be an issue as well. And yeah, I mean, you can just continue to see these Brood Lords dropping down. The Planetary Fortress is about to fall. It's going to be dropping down very, very shortly. GG gets called, and Solar is going to take this one down. So we are going to have ourselves a victory screen in place for Solar for game one of this series. My goodness, it took some effort, but we got there. Solar was kind of winning just a lot of fights early, obviously, and in the end is able to come through and win there as well. And it looks very good in doing so. Cool. All right, we'll take a second then. Get ready to resume, guys. Next one on the way up in just a few moments, and get into more StarCraft 2 for you guys. Thank you again for joining us today, as we are just getting hosted for game 2 here. Cool. Just run on some ads to make sure we are not going to have issues with those in between the games. I get the feeling we're probably going to have to take a moment. Get this all sorted, actually. Cool. And try and rehost it seems, so give us a second, guys. Try and do this again. This time we do have everyone actually able to join the lobby. Perfect. Get that resolved. Get this back on track. Alrighty, counting down into Ruby Rock, guys. We'll be into this in just a moment. Again, thank you for a little bit of patience. Again, get this one set to rumble. Let's get into Ruby Rock. Let's see what we get. Let's see what happens as we get this into place. In the bottom right-hand side, our Red Terran player is going to be Kua down a game. Couldn't really win any of the fights. Was kind of held back for a lot in that last one. And now down a map in this series with Solar becoming dominant in the tail end of that previous game as well, as we saw. GG's into now game number 2. So we have a chance to see what will aspire, or what will transpire on Ruby Rock. Overlord coming across as well, just going to bring itself over for a couple of seconds. And you have the racks and the drone continue to build also here. Gonna be seeing this hatchery down onto the natural, so again, bringing this about, getting that on the go, and this all sorted. Magic gas and pool continue to come over for a couple of seconds. So again, we bring that about for a little bit. And just get that on the way. Again, hatch gas and pool all coming in already, so bring that into place. And then the barracks, the refinery, the orbital, and the marine coming up. The depot is continuing through as well, so just bringing a lot of that straight online. A couple of these barracks will crank out and finish up a couple of marines as well. Bring those straight through for the moment. So a couple of marines coming by, and we're just going to be seeing again drones, hatch, pool. All of that coming about as well. Gonna get rid of this. Overlord has the high ground vision thanks to the barracks as well, funnily enough, so we're going to be good on that one. That's going to be fine. And that part looks great. So far, so good here. Just initially. Well, command's only coming about. A couple of queens in the ling speed. Continue to come over as well. So bring that over. Yeah, we get settled down for a little bit as we just have the stem coming through, marine on the way up, and the barracks and the command center building forward here. Ling speed, lings, queens, and drones all continue to produce for the next little bit. So again, bringing a lot of that online already, and a lot of this on the go, just to start things off. Just back, and the few marines all building by. Again, just going to have the command center coming about, the tech lab coming through. Bring this over. Obviously a lot of barracks early, so some pressure early, I'm sure, here from Kua in the next few moments to try and get a little bit of action moving out. Again, that ling speed finishes against him, and the marines continue to produce by. Just going to see that single Zerglin gets dashed down immediately by the few marines, so again, picking away at that for now. So far, so good on that one. Marines continue to head to the top left-hand side then, so they're going to be on the move against Impact Combat Shield Marines. SCVs in the depot still coming about. Bringing all of that over for a couple seconds here. Again, Bailing Nest is producing, so Solo's going to have himself the Banes, which are going to be pretty essential, you would imagine, against the amount of Marines and company that are moving about right now as well. So also expecting that to be a big factor of this. It's going to see those Marines gathering against Impact Combat Shield all coming through. The factory on the way, the couple of refineries coming up, bringing so much of this online there as the Banes are readying themselves. A couple of Queens are still coming by also. Marines going to start fighting. Hatchery is going to be taking some damage, and we are going to be seeing it taking a few shots. A little scan coming about, seeing what else is going on. And Ling, Bane all gathering about. Just going to have those Marines joined up together as well. The drone coming over, the Overlord coming through. Extractor and a couple of the creep teamers also coming into place. Just a teeny tad bit longer as well. Those Marines do get to gather in. Again, +1 attack coming through. The Marines in the starport in production now. Bring a lot of that about. There come the Marines back up towards the top side as well, looking to get back in position. Looking to bring a lot more of this over then. So again, we take a few moments. See what we want to do. As the drones, the Baneling, the Queen production continues. We have the Marines trying to get underneath the Overlord, taking some damage. The Ling Bane thinking about coming back the other way, but not quite going to find the opportunity just yet. And again, +1, SCVs, Reactor and the rest. still coming online for a few more moments as well. Medevac is going to be popping shortly. And again, the couple extra Marines are still building through, so everything rallying at the front there just for the moment. These things are going to have to make sure they find a way out, and they are being paid attention to, so they are going to be looked after. Going to get those away for the moment, bring them out to the right-hand side. So again, we escape off with those, at least for now. So getting away for the moment. Nicely handled so far. It's going to gather up. Patrick going to take some damage. Tank is going to be right there, ready to deal with this just initially. Going to see our units continue to gather through. Obviously pulling back towards the tanks is going to be effective. Just going to be able to pull back in a big way on that one. Again, Lings, drones, the carapace, and the Bane speed continue to build onwards also here just for the moment. Bring that about for a little bit. Just going to get that on the go here. I'm just going to see the melee carapace upgrades continue to build through as well. So bringing a lot of that over. And a couple of liberators are going to continue out also here just for now. So again, bring this through just for a few moments. And then you're going to see the Marines actually going to continue to go try and get a little more done. Bane's going to crash back in on the other side. Just going to be seeing the tanks. Going to be left alone. The Marines had to evacuate there, obviously. So again, just escaping out of this one for the moment and being done for now. Plus one melee, carapace upgrade coming through as well. So those few Marines still gathering about. So again, everything getting joined together just for a second. You can see the Marines going to pull back through. And again, we regather here. Hydra Den is coming up from Sol. Let's continue to bring that over as well. And we just have ourselves the few Marines are stepping forward, looking to get after that Queen for a couple seconds. Sol's just looking to bring this about for the next little bit. Marines unload now over to the main base. Here looking to keep this pressure up for a couple of moments. The Hydras, the Queens will continue about then. And we have ourselves the couple of Liberators even coming around the sides as we look to get a bit more pressure going over there too. So looking for a little more as we start. And those Marines continue to gather around and we'll just reset things for a little bit. T2 upgrades coming about here. We're going to pull back across again, just get that on the way. Just going to be seeing a couple of libs set in the background, so they're going to be able to get quite a bit done. We're going to see some success there for a few moments. The Queen's continuing back around once more. He did quite a bit of damage overall here, so pretty successful few moments in the grand scheme of things. Just going to be seeing the Liberator still getting active, getting after a few more units for a couple of seconds, so a bit more being done still. Again, that Hive is on the way up from Solar, so his tech is slowly increasing in a game where he's been put under a lot more pressure, and he's having a lot more issues kind of keeping things alive than he did in that game number 1, so definitely falling into some problems across the way, and all of that needs to obviously stay tight and try and not let this, like I say, slip too far away from him to the best of his ability. In the corner, just going to gather up one more time. The Marines are going to continue fighting. Those Lings still getting picked away at, getting chased away and pushed back out of here for now. The Lings still fighting through. A couple of drones going down as well. +2 attack, +2 armor, +1 vehicle weapons, all continuing to produce right now. couple extra Marines still coming over. Just going to be seeing the Hydras are looking to make the defense on this, so doing our absolute best on this one. Is it going to be good enough overall is going to be my question, as we have the Hydras going to fight. The tank's still here. It looks as though Kira's getting a bit too much value overall for Solar to really deal with, so I think Solar is running into issue given time. Just going to see those Marines are still stepping up, still pushing on their way forward as well. Just have ourselves the last few units from Solar are going to hold on, but even if we hold on with this, it's still being a lot lost in the grand scheme of things. The Marine tank force still pressing up. So Kira's ready to go for more. He is establishing a fourth base behind this as well, so that's also going to be majorly useful in the grand scheme of things. So again, expecting that to be a big factor over the next few moments. GG gets called on this one, so we wrap that up. And that is going to be Kira to take game number 2, which means we're tied and head into a game 3 of this TVZ series. Let's run some ads and we'll get this back on track, guys, as we're watching the Kung Fu Cup Edition 6 today. And I appreciate you all being with us, and excited to keep it all going for you guys. They're all in the lobby apart from me. Try this again. Give me a moment, guys. Try and get this fixed. There we go. Yeah, somehow they all got into the party apart from me, which is not great because we're in a party together, which means that if I try and join, then it bugs out and scary. Hey, Wardy, next Team League when? Haha, good one. Yeah, good joke. Team League, yeah. My life's been so much better since Team League ended, I'm not gonna lie. My life has been so much better since Team League ended, it's actually insane. So much less stress going on. Thank you so much for the 5-month resub. Yeah, Team League. All seriousness, no time soon. It was way too stressful for what it was. Viewership went down in general over the tournament as well. It just wasn't worth it, unfortunately. It just wasn't worth it, which is sad. But like I say, it's just the way it is. As we get ready to go. So we're going to kick this off into a game number 3, deciding map here, as we'll get this one underway. In the top left-hand side, our blue Terran player is going to be Kira. And in the bottom right side, our red Zerg player is going to be Solar for a deciding game in the... Is this round of 8? Right now, the Kung Fu Cup. Yep, in the round of 8. Winner of this plays ByuN in the round of 4. Classic beats down as well. He's waiting for SHIN or herO on the top section of the bracket as well. So that's where today is currently headed to, guys. That's where things are currently aiming for. So look forward to all of that. So bring this over and get running. So see a hatch coming down, so we get that producing just initially as a starting point of this one. Solar will expand, like I said, just try and keep some better control of the early stages of the game. Again, you got to imagine is where he really probably feels as though that last game got away from him already. So like I say, we'll see if we can do a bit of a better job keeping it together. I don't think it's going to be super easy though, honestly. In the orbital, continue to come about just for a second. So again, bringing that straight online here. It's going to see STC dropping down into position as well, so getting that going for a few moments, bring that into place, and yeah, Reaper in the orbital continue to come about as well, just for a little bit of time. Heads to the bottom side then. Obviously, Mothership, quite a big map. Be interesting to see if Kira tries to go for that kind of big aggressive push again, because it's definitely a map you can work around that a little bit more easily as a Solar. Obviously, Kira can't mind it too much, though. Otherwise, he just wouldn't have let it into the series, right? You know, you do have vetoes at the end of the day, so... We've been dropping a few bits of harassment, nothing too crazy just yet. We are going to see a couple of commencers, the SCV coming up as well. It's just bringing that straight through. And again, factory coming up as well. Commencer is still building. Link speed going to be done fairly shortly. And the Reaper hopping up to the high ground into the natural and potentially could go across into the main base as well. Over these next few moments, we want to keep this pressure up and running. And just got that link speed coming about. The Queen on the way. The few drones and the Overlords continue to produce through as well. Continue to bring a lot of that straight into action right now. King's going to step up. Just going to be the Queen going to stand over there. So again, in position to deal with this a little bit. Gets chased back out again. Drones, Overlord, and the Queen still producing through too. So again, bringing that up and online. And that started for a couple seconds. Hellions going to begin to do a little bit of roasting over there. So again, a little bit of damage being found right off the bat. I do have the Banshee Hellion force continue to produce through. Marine on the way. The cloaking still coming around. Everything else coming over for the next couple of seconds, and just again have this little bit of poking. I mean, a couple drones already is nice. Long way to go yet, though, to truly finish this off. So, I mean, just a couple drones. It's a nice starting point. It's not going to end this game or anything, just puts you in a reasonable position more than anything else. Cloaking going to be a part of what's coming online right now as well, so bringing that cloak up, getting that underway. The Hellions, the Reaper going to loop back around through the center of the map. You see the Hellions coming back through, so again, bring this over for a couple seconds. I'm just going to run it through. There's going to be some more serious damage. This is actually the kind of damage which could really actually send you off into a big advantage queue, because that's a serious amount of workers going down. 14 workers, and is this series going to start getting decided off of that? It is very possible. Just going to have the Stimpack, the engineering base, and the barracks still coming through for a couple of moments. And she's going to fire a couple of lings. We'll take a few shots as well. It's just a little bit more being done for the moment. One upgrades and that Stimpack still building by as well. So again, bring the rest of this over for a little bit. Continue to bring that through for now. Banshee's just going to fire out once again, so we get a little bit more done. A bit more damage being dealt already against Impact. 1-1 upgrades all coming by for a moment or two. Bringing this up and running. +1 missiles, +1 carapace. The group spines continue to produce as well here. These two Banshees getting around the bottom side. Seeing just what else we can get up to for a second. So again, getting this into place. More upgrades, combat shield building. Just going to see the Marines, the tank, and the medevac coming about as well. Hydroden has been cranking out those Hydralisks, and still going to try and get to a position where you can start coming back in this game. Let's see what we can do. Medevac company coming around for just a second. So again, bringing this over for just for a moment or two. Just going to bring ourselves around and just see what we can get up to. We are going to see the tank sieging up to the side. So we're going to try and put ourselves in position. Punishing this top side area is going to be the starting point apparently. So getting going for that right away here. Trying to get to the low ground, not really going to find too much just yet though, so not going to be able to get too much initially. These Hydras are going to try and break this position. They don't even have Hydra speed yet, so they're taking a lot of damage moving in, but their numbers are seemingly good enough, and Solar has maybe not made a bad call here, because he is going to push this down, force the units to back off, and for the moment at least we are seemingly going to be all good. So pushing that back, dealing with this nicely for the moment in the end. And get those 2-2 upgrades coming about still. The +1 vehicle weapons is also coming into place. Again, a couple Hydras, +2 carapace, +1 melee, continue to build by. Just for the next few moments, again, 2-2 upgrades. And the +1 vehicle weapons coming up on Q's side, so bringing that over also. Infestation bit also continue to produce just for the moment as we have a Hydra force. We'll have to defend against another wave of Terran here already pushing through the center of Mothership. So coming through the middle of the map, away we go. Coming straight by, just going to be seeing this army. It's going to back up. Obviously, big map, and you're starting to see Soul utilize the space of the map, heading around the right side with a lot of his units in the next few moments. So, bringing that through. And it's going to try and get rid of this hatchery if we can deny this. Like I said, it's going to make your life a whole lot easier here. As Q trying to stop Solar from just kind of getting away with this game, essentially. Could be absolutely massive, so working on that at the moment, and that's set. And we'll see the Allergaden coming up, so Solar is stepping toward the thing which we know is likely going to make his life kind of as good as it can be. Again, those lurkers, that would be a big deal for him, grand scheme of things. Playing Hydra Bane still coming across, so still making some moves here. Just going to see the tank going to get caught as well. Tanks left over, just going to be getting grabbed for a couple seconds as well. A bit more pressure onto that for a few moments. You get the 3-3 upgrade started as well on the side of QS, so getting those upgrades on the way right now. Tank still firing, Ling's still taking some pretty serious damage, a bit more being done. Still just seeing the rest of this Ling Hydra force coming back over for a second. So again, bringing this through and seeing what else we can do. A couple of Banes maybe wanting to try and step forward once again. Not quite going to find that opportunity just yet, however. Okay, Hydra force going to get here, and the medevac's going to have to lift up. And once again, an evacuation created just for now. Still running across, so again, a little bit more to be done for a couple of seconds. I just looking at these few Marines, so again, just jumping onto those and shut them down. The medevac's going to lift off, going to be pulling away there for a few moments as well. Again, pushing that back up toward the top side. The Hydra's going to be here. The Lings are swarming forward also. Again, a lot to be done in these next couple of seconds. Coming through for the moment. Again, 3-3 upgrade's going to be on the way in. The +2 melee, the +2 carapace and everything, but sorry, +2 melee missiles and everything. The adrenal gland's a part of that from Solar. And again, a lot of upgrades being established right now. Just bringing a lot of that through. A lot of those upgrades coming over just for a second. Hydra Bane just going to move up here. Medivac's going to come boosting back straight off the bat. So again, just keeping pressure up. Solo's been able to get this point now to a game where I'd say it's gone long enough that he has been able to kind of wrestle a lot of the early damage away from Q. However, obviously Q is well set up too. A 5-base Terran player is not something to be laughing about. You know, a 5-base Terran player is actually pretty darn terrifying. So Q is in a very comfortable position in that regard. Never mind everything else though. So, yeah, we'll see what else happens here. Again, those 3-3 upgrades still coming about and online. 2 missiles plus 3 carapace coming online also, bringing all of that up for the moment. Playing Hydra Bane, going to take a few seconds to jump onto a set of rocks and open up a little bit more space as well. Hydra Bane Ling Force coming over, the Overseers gather about. Get to the front for a couple of seconds. The Lings and the Overseers building plus 3 melee, and Carapace building about also. Continue to bring a lot of that online just for the moment. And again, Infernal Pre-Igniter plus 3 vehicle weapons coming through. And continuing to settle. Defense tower will get put into place. A couple things up. Just going to see the Viper going to get consumed in here for a couple seconds, so grab a little bit of energy back and get that on the move. Just going to be having, obviously, a lot of creep on the map. Solo really holding the center. The question here is going to be how well can Solo attack into this Terran army. This is going to be a defensive position from Q. He's going to have a lot of economy to work with, so it's going to take a lot of waves of units from Solo to realistically break through anything here. Like I say, that's already kind of going to be the challenge that we're essentially just facing across the board on this one. As you see a bunch of snipes coming down, those ghosts able to get major damage done very, very quickly. And Bane Hydra still running through, just going to see the Banes looking to try and crash into this as well for a couple of moments. Just have ourselves a planetary fortress going down. The siege tank is going to drop also. And then a good bit of cleanup for the moment as everything else gathers back together once again. Hey, what's up, Chili? Billy. Thank you so much for the resub. 17 months on the Prime, much appreciated. If you guys are enjoying the stream, if you like Chili McBilly, drop that Prime. Helps us out a bunch, goes a long way. Appreciate it big time, mate. Thank you so much for supporting. As the upgrades continue to come through then. Hatcheries, Hydras, plus 3 melee, and the Burrow upgrade coming through also. Just going to see the Medivacs for the moment at least able to escape out of here. See us regathering. At least just a couple of seconds. Another wave from Solo. Obviously, this is what we're going to be seeing for a lot of this game from here on out. Just Solo attacking into the Terran and trying to break through, trying to hit those blinding clouds, especially to try and, pull you into a really solid spot. And just trying to do as much of that as possible here as we have the Hydras continue to put a bit more work in, chasing those other units down. We've seen the Liberator should be able to siege up and bring a bit more defense back into play there. We do have the base on the left side being established as well, so also bringing that up and into play the next few moments. So it's going to launch a few snipes out and just again get into some business there, so finding a little bit more damage once again. What's up, Juniper? I'm going to heed the Prime call. 29-month resub on the Prime. That was a lot lost from Kira at the end of the day. He actually lost a lot of units over the course of this previous fight, so this was actually quite expensive for him. SCV count goes all the way down to 44 as well, and he doesn't already have a bank pre-built, so it feels as though Solar is going to start wrestling this game heavily back into his favor. Good starting point, I would say, so far from Solar. I feel like it's going to give you a foundation to work from, if nothing else yet. And Hydra Bane still coming through. Just going to be seeing this push onto this planetary fortress. And breaks that down. I mean, yeah, we're really just putting Kira into pain here. He does not have the economy then to stay on track. And if you don't have the economy to stay on track, you're going to have a bad time overall. The Hydras, the Banes, the Overseers coming back around for a little bit. Just reset things for a couple of moments. And just Lings come back over as well. There's always that feeling of, do you keep going as the Zerg? But I think in this case, yes. You're rich, you've got a bank, you're clearly doing economic damage on, you know, multiple efforts of this, so, like, it's working. This is absolutely going fine for you so far. Just Lings gathering back together, so again, we take a few moments to spy out on the way through it as well. Just going to see the hatchery still coming about. Bring that into place. Again, back Hellbat in the tanks. We'll continue back through. And it's going to be something over the landing back over. Obviously, Sim City is going to be important. You're still working on 5 bases here, so again, if you can keep those up, maybe this is still just fine. But with only 23 SCVs, it's going to be extremely difficult, realistically. And I think fair to say that this one is definitely feeling as though it's already slipping quite heavily out of Q's favor. The last few moments have already felt very good for Solar. Just do see just Nidus is popping up now as well. And once the Zerg has control, so easy for them to keep control by dropping a bit here, dropping a bit there, and just kind of being everywhere in general on the map, right? So, yeah. I'm just coming back through for a couple moments. Lings is going to run straight by, and they are going to jump onto a couple more of the siege tanks again. Kira not with any other units there to defend, so the tanks is going down, which obviously breaks that position wide open for Solar to make an appearance soon. Fungal growth and parasitic bombs combining is again. Everything we look at on the map right now is just all about Solar. He is looking great at this point, and looking to send this one probably through. What a victory screen sooner rather than later. This definitely has just been that good for him. Another Fungal coming down. Solar still very much so maxed out here, of course, as well. So again, just looking amazing through and through at the moment. Couple Lings will jump onto the depots. Go straight across for that. Probably more snipes. I mean, the snipes have been good, and it's not like Solar is not losing anything. It's just he's losing a whole lot less than what Kira is losing in the grand scheme of things, realistically. It's definitely the big issue at the end of the day on this one. So yeah, definitely looking as though we have ourselves the summary of this game 3. Going to be that even though Solar took some early damage, he was able to step himself right back into this game, bring it back, put himself into a winning position. And definitely using the size of the map to his advantage. Cure unable to kind of, get this game stopped before that point. GG's. Solar is going to take game 3 of the best of 3. All right, semifinals then should be set up. Classic and herO will be PvP, and Soul and ByuN will be TVZ. So that's going to be what we have coming through in the grand scheme of things, guys. So we'll be getting that going very shortly. Let's figure out what we want to do here. Get our players ready very soon. Give us a moment. Random Madness is going to be the map to start off on as we are just loading into the lobby, guys. So it looks as though we are going to go PvP first. That makes sense because it seems like they were ready before. So that makes a lot of sense, in fact. Cool, cool, cool. Alrighty, guys. 1 second. Loading into this PvP, but just give me, like I say, 1 moment, please. Cool. In the top left-hand side, we're going to start this PvP off with the Red Pros player. This is going to be classic. As we have in the bottom right, then herO for game number 1 of our opening semi-final here today, and getting this ready to go. Alright, Gate Cybercore coming through. Take a couple of seconds to get this on the go. Just initially bring this about. Getting this started up here for a couple of moments then, so bring this straight into play. It's a bit of PvP, and we've already seen the PvP being PvP'd upon with the pylon in the bottom side of the map, so getting that underway just initially, getting that started. And getting that ready to go. Our facility coming about. And got a couple of tech structures already placed, so it is going to be the Robo coming up from Classic here off the proxy, and then Stargate being built from herO defensively, so that's going to be the go-to plan for the next few moments, getting that underway, getting that started off for a little bit. And then Robo coming about, taking a couple seconds here. We have the Robo already chrono boosting through a Prism, so that's coming straight into play right now. So Prism on the way up, Sentry on the way as well. The Warpgate producing, taking a couple of moments. Getting a lot of that up and online just for now. Bring this into play initially, and yeah, getting this rolling through for a couple of seconds. So yeah, bring this about and getting this set up. It's going to be seeing the Immortal and the Warp Gate continue to come online for a couple seconds as well. So bring that straight through. See how this all goes. The Prism unloads a couple of depths over into the main base. Just going to drop those straight down as well. And you're going to see the couple of Stalkers going to come across to try and put a bit more pressure on those adepts also for a little bit. So a bit of damage done. The Oracle very nearly going down over here. Just about chased away. And again, the Phoenix is going to jump onto that Prism for a couple of seconds. So put a bit of damage out, clearing that up. And actually going to be able to kill the Prism, which is just going to slow you down heavily on the side of... slow you down heavily on the side of Classic. He's also starting to lose this Immortal, so this is starting to go very wrong very quickly. Things are falling apart almost immediately here, in fact, as the Oracle finishes off that Immortal. A couple of units from Classic showing up to maybe try and capitalize at this point, but herO has just played cleanup, and he's starting to step toward where the Robo is actually at. Now that does mean a new Immortal is going to show up, and it's actually going to get involved straight away, so it comes straight over. And like I say, it gets involved right off the bat on that one. Immortal, Stalker, the Sentry is coming through. I'm just going to be seeing the Prism on the way out. The Sentry is producing and bringing a lot of that over for a couple moments at the moment. more Stalkers warp by. Again, bring this over for a little bit. Hallucinated Mortal is there to try and fake some strength in this army as well, to just try and make this look a little bit stronger than it actually is realistically, so not a bad thing. However, depths across the map are going to hurt Classic even further, and he is going to be falling more and more so into trouble here. As we are going to see units approaching the front at the very least, putting some more damage out. Battery still coming up for a couple of seconds, so again bringing that over and getting that on the way. Just going to be seeing a couple of structures going down, so a little bit of cleanup being made. And we do have the Mortal production continuing from herO, so that's going to give him a lot of help, but he's going to lose his next expansion, so we are, at least as Classic here, going to be able to reduce this down to one base apiece, which, yeah, is a pretty big reset in the game, right? That's definitely going to, you know, reset us back over for a little while, just initially. We've seen the Stalkers, the sentries, and everything else gathering through for a moment. So again, bringing that about. Just going to be seeing the gateway going down. Going to open up a little bit of space here, and we are going to be seeing the rest of these units continue to gather up. The Phoenix coming in, lifting up the hallucinations. So they're going to take the fake one out of here. That's obviously not ideal. Obviously, that's just a bit of wasted damage. As we are going to see the Stalkers and company continue to put some pressure on. So a little bit more being done. Stalker still firing away, the Immortal still taking some additional shots, damage still being dealt right now, and the Phoenix are going to drop the Stalkers back into place for a couple of moments. Just going to reset things, a couple of Immortals still stepping through that. Immortal fully surrounded, in some trouble as you can see, having a bit of a bad time. Classic is not going to have enough in the end. GG must be called, and that is going to bring us back to a victory screen in favor of herO, as we see him taking the opening map of this PvP semi-final, guys. Heading into the next one in just a few moments. Get into this in just a couple seconds. See what our map is. We'll get host into this and send it through into our next game of this semi-final. Obviously, after this, I guess we're kind of in a fortunate position where we know we're not going to have any more mirror matchups today, because it's going to be PvP into TVZ and obviously finals, where the winners of each of these will play against each other. So that's going to be where we head to as Tourmaline. Why didn't I join? Click the button. It's just Korean server being slow. I see. Get in here. Try and get this ready to go. I think PvP is the most chaotic / random. Yeah, I think PvP has a lot of... I feel like being consistent in PvP is very difficult, which is why it's very impressive when people are. But I think ZVZ has a lot of mind games built into it as well. Perhaps you could also talk about, I think, in a pretty big and serious way. So maybe we talk a bit about the ZVZ matchup being... We don't see ZVZ as much, so we don't talk about it as much, I guess. But yeah, ZVZ maybe... I don't know if it's like random, but like there's a lot of mind games in ZVZ, because in ZVZ you can much more so kind of really hide what you're doing and at a moment's notice just change everything, you know? So, yeah, I think that's kind of an interesting one as well for sure. Yeah, maybe ZVZ is actually a bit worse, but I don't know if it's random as much as it's just like, there are tells, right? There are things you can pick up on. It's just not easy to pick up on at the end of the day, which is what makes it a difficult match, you know, what makes these matchups difficult, which is part of what makes StarCraft so great, right? So, yeah, hard to really judge, I guess, without actually truly playing them all. From a perspective of the viewer, I think it's very fair to say that a lot of the time it's like, whoa, the PvP, he didn't see it, or, oh, he just doesn't have enough because the guy was all inning. I think it actually is worse than ZVZ, though. Only herO could bring stability to PvP. I think Max Packs brought stability to PvP in a way that nobody else was able to copy, so that was pretty impressive, right? I think I'll always remain impressed by that string of Max Packs PvP where he was just the best PvP in the world, and he did it with his own style that nobody could copy. Anyone that tried to copy him had nowhere near the same amount of success. That was really crazy. Kind of ridiculous that one guy in the PvP could just do the same thing on repeat, basically, and just never... Yeah, again, it's just crazy to me, yes. Yeah, proxy on proxy action is found early in this one, so we see that, and we have a little laugh at each other as they cancel up, and they change some plans. Sorry, herO is up a game in this best of 3, guys. Just haven't set the scoreboard. That's on me. Bring this around for a couple moments, then just going to be seeing the probe continue to come across. Finally going to get put into place for a couple seconds. And again, a couple stalkers on the warp gate already building on through, so bringing those up, getting this going for a couple seconds as well. And yeah, bringing this straight on by for the moment. Stalkers coming about, that warp gate coming through. Again, bringing a lot of this into play. The couple of depths will continue to shade about here. Just a couple seconds then, just bringing those over. Two stalkers coming down the low ground, rope facility coming up, and continue to get this on the go. Just going to be having the Oracle and the warp gate coming by, the battery coming through as well. So again, we get a lot of that building just for a couple seconds, bringing this straight into action. Presently coming through there for a couple seconds then, so just bring that about. See, the Adepts actually going to be in pretty good numbers to try and fight against this for a couple of seconds, so looking to get some work done on that for a moment or so. And Adepts and the Stalkers continue to gather by for just a few moments then, so you bring that over. Adepts going to shade up. Stalker's going to lift back into the prism, just escaping away from there for a couple of seconds, so again, getting out of here. Couple more stalkers will warp straight back in and get ready to go again over the next few moments. Just going to see the Adept still taking some hits, taking some damage right now. Nice stasis, actually going to catch a bunch of those probes. It's going to be really nice damage. Slows down a lot of that economy. And as a couple of pylons continue to come through, just going to be seeing the Stalker still hitting that Nexus, hitting it hard. The Gateway and the Prism continue to come about here. A few more moments. Gateway and the rest of this coming about. The Immortal Company coming through. The Sentry is still building online as well. So again, we get a lot of that up and into place just for the moment here. Let me get that going. So we're just going to fight Sentries. All coming about. It'll take a couple of seconds. And I'm just going to drop a stasis down into position there, so get that set up. A couple stalkers and the sentry still up on the high ground. Gathering around for a little bit at the moment. Getting that underway. And Molt on the Probe coming through. The Molt on the Phoenix coming up as we speak as well. So getting that online for a couple moments. Just going to drop the Nexus straight into place. The Prism has to be very careful. It's extremely low. I was going to say that looked actually very dangerous. It's going to be fine for now. herO microing as Classic's Prism is already also low and trying to escape over to the right side. Just for a little bit here. I'm just trying to bring us, or keep us out of trouble, I guess, for a little bit. Bring a couple more units back over once again, so again we continue to come across in that direction. Stepping through for a moment. Couple shots coming over, just going to be having the Immortals going to get pushed back for a couple of seconds. The Nexus coming through on both sides. Twilight Council still producing online here as well, so again bringing that up into place. Twilight Council and Forge continue to build for a few moments. See the Oracle going down, clearing that up. Twilight Council and Forge continue to build into place as well. Two Immortals just going to unload from that Prism, just gets into the main base, going to go out, gets into the natural, just in the background there, and starts to put some work on, so getting straight through, and we'll put some work into this right off the bat. Getting that straight underway. Hallucination will step over. And now a real Phoenix will actually deal with the hallucination. Well, the Adepts are going to get themselves walked in. We are going to see the Immortals already striking at the front. A couple of Stalkers and the other units getting pushed away once more here. So again, being pushed back for a couple of seconds. Chasing this out of here for now. More Force Fields is going to come straight down into action. Again, Blink and the +1 attack upgrade coming through as well. So again, just getting a lot of that underway right now. The Resonating Glaives continue to build up also. Again, bringing just a lot of this through as we have the units continue to step into action here over these next couple moments. Well, Glaives is building then. Classic will have that to utilize in the near future. We got a Robo on the way up from herO, so probably try and get to Disruptors. If you get to Disruptors, then amazing. It's such a useful thing to have, but you can die on the way to Disruptors very easily. These Adepts just coming back across for a couple seconds. Bring that through. I guess with Disruptors out, how much do the Adepts care about this? It's maybe the interesting part of it all. I'm not actually too sure how much the Adepts care about the Disruptors. Obviously, they're a bit slow to split apart is the issue, so there's definitely that possibility that they get beat up a little bit. Disruptor, armor upgrade, and the charge all continuing by then just for a couple seconds, and yeah, I mean, I guess Stalker is coming about as well. Maybe just big push from Classic, but we kind of knew this was coming. Like I said, it's really a question of can the Disruptors help? Yeah, I mean, if the Disruptor can land on top of the Adepts, like I said, it's hard for the Adepts to split away because they're slow moving. You know, they're kind of clunky units realistically, so it's definitely a big factor more than likely, as you are going to see the Stalker stepping up just for a moment or so as well. Disruptor, good split away from it just now. Obviously, if you can avoid that Disruptor and then jump on it a bit further down the line, that would be, jump on the units just after the Disruptor shots have been expired. That would be the real kind of winner for you, but it's, like I say, more easily said than done, perhaps, as we come back through. Disruptor shot does go toward the army there for just a couple of seconds, but some damage out. The Adepts around that bottom side from Classic. I just don't know if these Adepts are really finding enough damage to justify their investment. There's a Disruptor shot that comes down, bang onto a bunch of those Adepts as well, and keeping that Disruptor alive to maybe get a chance to fire again, really increasing the value of this overall is, I think, actually a big deal. I like that part of it a lot. To just bring everything else through. We continue to gather back together. Just going to see 20 probes going down so far. Continue to hit this Nexus. Continue to get some more damage dealt here for a little bit. Classic Supply is going to win out in the end. There's a couple of Disruptor shots that made me kind of believe in herO's defense, but this Glaives build has been very popular lately. This kind of Glaive aggressive follow-ups, and this is kind of why, because it is just a very impactful and effective way of attacking across the map and getting damage done. And just like that, we are going to round this one out. So, getting this wrapped up here, and that is going to be Classic to tie us up 1-1. And we are going to go to Game 3 in this PvP semi-final matchup. And get this started up in just a couple moments, guys. And send it through to another beautiful game of StarCrafts. Here today, you're watching the Kung Fu Cup 6. Again, after this, we are going to have ourselves the second semi-final between ByuN and Solar, and then we continue on from there. So, yeah, fun day, fun games. Been a blast so far, and hopefully you guys are continuing to enjoy with us. Already says Classics, just waiting for him to be... for herO to confirm his readiness, but he is also ready apparently, so we are indeed good to go. And the countdown is on for another round of PvP in these next few moments. So getting this up and running and ready to begin. 10,000 feet is going to be our map. Let's bring you guys straight to it. It is obviously 1-1 and all tied up. In the top left-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the Blue Protoss player. This is going to be Classic. Getting that win, tying this up, we can get through to the finals of a Kung Fu Cup today. Of course, herO will be the Protoss player on the other side of this. Obviously, Kung Fu Cup has been going on this season. Look at the points. Yeah, Classic has actually been very lackluster for himself. Semi-finals and some round of 8, but otherwise that's kind of been about it for him. Whereas herO has won 3 of these tournaments so far. Solar and SHIN with the other 2 wins. 2 Zergs winning is pretty bonkers actually when you consider how often we see Zergs just non-existent in these brackets and everything a lot of the time. So, yeah. We'll bring this up and get this underway, guys, and let's see where we're going to take things. A couple of gates coming through the assimilator on the way by, so again, bring this up and running just for a moment and getting this all underway just for the moment. What beats mass disruptor in PvP? You mean mass adepts? No, I mean, honestly, Stalkers, Archons are extremely good against adepts. Like, usually the adept timings are good because it's so difficult to get Archons in time. Once Archons are out, Adepts are really just... They just do so little. Like, it's crazy how quick the drop-off kind of comes around realistically for, you know, for those units, you know? Happens so fast. The Adepts become that real quick. Yeah, definitely a little bit wild. Just gonna see our extra gateway coming through for a couple seconds to bring that straight online here just for the moment. Getting this up and running. And seeing where we go. Purple facility from both players then, and Depths on the way up. That warp gate is coming through as well, so we just continue to bring that online for the moment, so bring that straight by for a couple seconds. Disruptors seem to be a bad choice last game. Disruptors are just an awkward unit in general in PvP. They're really good if you get to like 4 to 6 of them where you can constantly fire shots off. Because as usual with Disruptors, I mean, it's just kind of the Disruptors in a nutshell anyway, but basically you're able to just, if you're kind of able to do that, you can pretty much just keep the pressure up and you can just kind of keep on kind of pushing your opponent around. You can really kind of dominate the map in that scenario. But that's obviously, like I say, only in that scenario where you get enough of them up. So getting to the Disruptors really is quite a challenge and quite a difficult process, and like it's a very difficult thing to balance, which is why you don't see them a lot in the PvP, despite them being very good, especially if the game goes later. And there are ways to play around the Disruptors too. We see heavy blink plays, kind of, you know, blinking on top of or past the Disruptors, and everything has been very effective. There are definitely ways to kind of handle these things, so yeah, it's an interesting dynamic that you see over the course of that one. Just going to see the Prism making a little bit of a load up for a few moments, so just going to pick those up for a second. Get in here. A couple of workers go down early for Classic. We do say the Adepts currently still alive. I was going to say if they get out alive, that would really suck, but they are going to get pushed into a corner. They're going to threaten the Shade into the mineral line again, so again, here just being as annoying as possible for as long as possible. Couple Stalkers will shoot. The Adepts going down. The other probes coming about also for a few seconds. A lot of pressure in on that just for now. Prism is actually very low as it gets pushed up the right side, so again, going to get chased out of there for just a little bit. And more on those couple of sentries continuing by then. He's going to see the Prism coming over as well for a few moments, so bring that back into place. Get that going. Shot still coming out just for the moment, so again, a little extra coming online. More coming through, Stalkers coming up. Again, bringing a lot of that into play just for the second here. More shots going to come around, and again, we get a little bit more done just for the few moments as we actually get to see the Immortal or two showing up. We do lose power to the Robo, but we can repower it with the Prism to at least quickly finish off the incoming, the incoming Observer and so we just get a little bit of that finished up for the moment. Bring that straight about. This Prism moves back across, and again, Twilight Council Gateway, all building up, taking a few moments to get that settled into place just for now. Prism is going to be there with those couple of Immortals, so again, maneuvering those around, just taking a couple seconds. The Stalkers and company coming back out for a moment or so also then. So got that Resonating Glaives coming through too, so again, bringing that up for a moment, and Prism going to be overhead here to keep an eye on things for this Robo facility actually going down. So we actually fully get rid of the Robo. It's really nice because you just can't keep using it. You can't go back to it, right? So it does completely remove that threat from the game, which you could say pretty, typically you're just very happy to see happen. So major positive there. We are tracking this Prism via the hallucination that is continuing to move around also. Resonating Glaives and the Nexus continue to come online. Just going to be seeing the panel coming up from both players. So still bringing a lot of that through. And again, a couple of Depths and the Glaives all building up. The Immortal continues to produce by also. Just for the moment, Stalkers, Adepts, and Sentries will continue to send it. More Stalkers getting warped in. Going to be seeing a couple of units going to come around for a second then, so we're just going to be seeing the good force fields to keep Classic out. herO is trying to defend this natural location. If he can do so, then brilliant. Like I say, that's going to be his goal right now. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers, the Adepts, and the Immortal coming back across. We do have this defense looking reasonable for the moment, right? Able to hold this out for now. Not going to let this get through and do too much just yet. More depth swarping in. Classic obviously is definitely on a timer here. You can't just let kind of herO kind of mine forever in this situation, right? So you got to get in. You got to make this happen. See, a few adepts are going to try and be involved, but so far they're being kept away and, like I say, not being given the access that they're really dreaming of here, I'd imagine. For the next little while, the micro continues, but classic supply is honestly not looking good enough. And his supply is just dropping off, and again, he's the guy that has to break it on through. So if your supply is dropping off, this is not going to be doing what it needs to be doing. GG's. herO is going to take this up to a 2-1 victory. herO gets through to the finals. Once again, these Kung Fu Cups have definitely been his stomping ground as of late, so he's been really enjoying his time over here. And so we'll be heading ourselves into this next game then in just a few moments, guys. Kicking this off. As soon as SoLo and ByuN are ready, I guess we'll get a couple of videos going and get that sorted out. We'll run some ads here between semi-final matchups. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us. The viewership is looking great lately. I love it, guys. Love to see it. We're bouncing back. I've been putting together the WardiTV Spring Cup. That's going to be coming up across the course of this next week or so as well. So you guys can look forward to that as well. Lots of StarCraft 2 coming from us, as the lobby is actually coming in already, because I guess they pre-vetoed. They've been obviously waiting for that last series to get played, so it'd be kind of silly not to be pre-vetoed, although sometimes it does happen. Winter Madness going to be our map here. Next few moments. Hi and ready. Hi and ready. ByuN says twice. Waiting for SoLo to say he's ready. Well, SoLo didn't say anything. They just said go. SoLo says GG's, all the G's. Will it be a TVP or ZVP finals today? Which of these two will earn the right to battle against herO in the finals? That's what we're here to find out. And that's what we are going to figure out as we get into this very shortly. Winter Madness is going to be our opening game. Let's get this TVZ on the way. Bottom right hand corner, I'm going to start off with the blue Zerg player. This is going to be SoLo. Dispatching a Q just about in some pretty awesome ZVT as he takes on ByuN, who eliminated from the TLMC map contest, the TLMC tournament in the playoffs the other day, the match we never got to see. Let's hope we get to see a bit of awesome gameplay from them now in this series, because I think that was a semi-final that was quite a banger that, like I say, we just never really got to witness. Very unfortunately. Alright, so CT, I'm just going to finish up a couple of SCVs, just going to bring that through for a couple of moments. Get that all on the way here. What do you guys think between SoLo and ByuN? I think this is a matchup which always has so much potential to just go any which way. I think they both play against each other very well, very effectively. I really think this one is one which can go any which way. I don't think there's much to really think on about it. Actually, Gas and Pool all coming online, bringing this into action just for a couple of moments then, so getting that as a starting point right here. But we'll continue to build through. Actually, Gas Pool coming up, Reaper and the Orbital both coming in. Queenslings building up, Marine, STV, commencing, and the factory all coming about as well. Continue to bring this over. Queen's not link speed, coming straight by, getting that on the go. a Reaper. I'm going to take a few shots here. The Ling's going to get around. Reaper going to take a few more nibbles. Pulling off over to the side there. A couple queens in that Ling speed all building. Again, the drones in the hatchery building on through. And center. A couple of them on the way up. Just initially getting that started. Getting this straight into play. Command's in this building. Orbital on the way. SUV in production for a couple seconds. The Rex is going to lift off to the side. The factory will drop into place here for a couple moments. So again, we put that straight into play for a moment and figure out what it is that we want to do here overall. Speed still building by again. Queen, the drones, and the Overlord coming up as well. Have a little bit of movement across the map. The Liberator and the Hellions are coming through here, so getting those set up just for a couple of moments, bring those straight about. Again, the drones, the Lings, and everything coming online. Bring that straight through for the moment. That Reaper coming about. Again, Liberator, Marine, Stimpack coming in as well. So you see that Orbital Commander building into play, so we got that started up right now. Marines will go get after that Overlords again, put a little bit more pressure onto this just for a second. Bring this about and see what we can do. Impact building, a couple of barracks and engineering bays on the way by. Just initially, just going to have ourselves the evolution chambers are building as well. So again, those evo chambers up. The Liberator going to get sieged here, going to go in after that queen. So going to try for a little extra right now. Away we go. Put some pressure on. That Liberator coming back around as well. So again, stepping over there just for a sec. Maybe having the lip continue to settle and a bit more pressure out. Just going to be seeing two drones going down. The Hellions looking for a dive by onto this mineral line. Not quite going to find the opportunity just yet, however, so no fortune found just for the moment. Hellions all gather through, so just going to be joined up for a second here. As we settle onto this one, just going to have ourselves the Hydra Den is building, the 11 drones on the way, +1 missiles, +1 carapace. All of that building by at the moment. Hellions, the Reaper gathering about. A couple queens going to be there. Just going to fight away for a couple of seconds, pushing away on this. Deal with this for a few moments, and we just have ourselves all of this building by missiles, carapace, and the rest going through here at the moment. Queens are going to continue to deal with these Hellions and the Reapers, so it looks as though that's going to be pretty much the end of those. Not able to do too much else. And let's just have the +1 missiles, +1 carapace, and that Musical Augments continue to come across for a little bit. Brings the tank coming around as well. Spread through some damage here. The Marine's going to stim up. The Hydra's already taking a few shots as well, so again, getting straight onto those. damage being dealt, as we have the Marines are going to continue to pick away at quite a lot of the creep spread as well, so creating a lot of openings here just at the moment. Tank, Marines, and Medivacs all continuing through. Combat shield continue up as well. Bring a lot of this into play just for now. Well, at bailing speed, the Musco augments the infestation pit. Soul getting into a nice kind of later game setup here. Let's see what he can do as soon as the Ling Hydra makes a little bit of a push for itself. Just that. It's going to be seeing this army continue to bring itself around and really settle down for a couple seconds. Again, Hydra Banes continue to come through. Bane speed coming about, melee upgrade coming over. Still just seeing the 2-2. And the vehicle weapons coming up as well. So just bringing a lot of that straight into action. The Marines are going to be here. A couple of creep teamers going down. The Bane's getting picked apart and shut down as well. So we continue to kill that through at the moment. Stepping back a couple seconds. And again, the grids all coming by there. I've got the rocks can open up. A couple of medevacs go down through the bottom side also. Rob is not going to do too much overall. Just going to get handled pretty effectively. Medevac trying to get its way back in. It's going to be a Hydra there to push the Medevac back. So again, dealing with this pretty effectively for the moment. And continue to handle this in the grand scheme of things. Big push from ByuN, obviously still kind of maintaining these units over here and keeping them in position. Trying to do as much as possible with all of that. Conquers the shells, the 2-2 upgrades coming around as well here. Again, the upgrades coming about. The Lingbane Hive going to maybe go back up the left side, but ByuN is still focused on the right. So you either have to deal with this or just give up your right side a little bit as Solar. I don't think either of those is really ideal. Maybe he does just kind of enjoy the idea of going up the left a little bit too much to focus on the right side. The Ling's going to run by here into this mineral line and again look to cause, at the very least, a bit of trouble in the next few moments. There's a lot more Lings going down still. Actually, this is a major run by 17 SCV, so big hit to ByuN's economy. Definitely one way to help you out in a big way. Put things back into your favor a little bit in this game as you just have so much eco damage being done now. ByuN kind of caught just between, with a bit of creep spread between his sets of units there, making it a little dangerous. Bio still pushing up, the Hydra Bane, Ling still pushing through, coming across at the moment. 3-3 upgrades, Marine Marauder all building into play for now. Hydra still going for a couple of those Marines, the Marauder taking damage also here. A lot of damage being done for the moment still. I mean, obviously, ByuN's supply is going to hurt after this. He's still actually got an okay economy, all things considered. Based, you know, considering what we have seen. It's going to be some Lingbane still going to be pushed back a little bit. I mean, ByuN's supply is just not recovering as well as it needs to, I think, to stay in this long term. And that's probably going to be the issue for him in this game number one, as Solar is looking good to potentially open with a 1-0 lead in this best of 3 series. Looking very solid right now. Medevac the tanks. Again, the +2 vehicle weapons and the other upgrades continue to come about as well here just for a couple of seconds. Those Lings are going to come around, jumping straight on toward things as well, so getting going for a little extra. The Bane's going to continue about as well, so again, continue to bring this straight through. Jumping on toward the siege tank, jumping onto everything else just in general right now. And getting a lot of work done. We are going to be seeing this army of ByuN. I mean, the supply is just not really bounced back. He's still kind of competitive in terms of the army supply and everything, but like I say, the bounce back has just not really been there at all for him just yet. Hydra, I'm going to fight again. As Solar tries to push through, ByuN, at least for now, is still going to be able to hold him back a little bit. Obviously, Solar now being on the offensive, though, and you can see the entire map starting to be taken by hatcheries. Starting to have that kind of, the true Zerg effect, the true swarm effect of once you get kind of into position, you are going to just mass up in a way that's not really comparable otherwise. So the Bane's coming about. Just going to see the ByuN going to be there, and we're just going to go fighting through again for a second or so. Just going to be having the +2 vehicle weapons coming online. The rest of this coming over as well. Hydra's Lings continue to go through the rocks. Just going to be seeing the rocks going to get taken out. All those Banes still being grabbed. ByuN is still trying to hold its own. ByuN is going to bounce back in supply, and I like that he's been able to at least kind of get back into pressuring here. By being able to pressure again, it really makes you feel as though this game has a bit more chance. Otherwise, maybe you really do see this just kind of spinning out of control. The Lings are going to get through, the SUVs are going to get chased, the Hellion and the tanks going to be there to push the rest of the Lings away for a little bit. 2 more tanks coming by, Neil Steel plating, +3 vehicle weapons. Again, all of that continuing to come into place at the moment as well. Just going to see +3 missiles, +3 melee, all of it producing through. Command centers in production still. Major Bane Force just regathering around, and we are going to be seeing, obviously, Solar able to hold a lot of these positions fairly comfortably overall. Just going to rejoin things, and the army in the center of the map settling once again as credit to ByuN. The thing is about ByuN, he's not just held on, he's put himself back in an okay position by getting to 5 bases and holding 5 bases. The economy really is there for him to just sort of stay in this game and to stay very much so competitive and active over the rest of this, essentially. Couple Bane's going to crash through, CC taking some damage as well. ByuN going to get rid of another hatchery over here, just going to be grabbing. We are going to be seeing this going down, a few Broodlings dropping as well. Just going to have the medevacs pulling back. The Overseers are going to be there. The Lings also. Just have our Ghosts and Tanks command centers continuing to build on that production tab for the moment. Now it's going to get grabbed. Just going to see that taken down already. So picking that off. Just going to be seeing the command center is about to finish up here, so I'm going to bring that over for a couple of seconds. Is obviously going to make this a lot more troublesome for ByuN. ByuN's issue is obviously because he had that kind of period in the game, which was kind of a down period for him, where he had to slow it down and everything settled for a little while. Because he had that period, it really did slow him in a pretty nasty kind of manner. And that's given Solo the freedom to kind of really break through and kind of get toward all of these bases and just really be dominant in the kind of base count and everything now. And that's, like I say, I think a big issue for ByuN, because you can see at this stage, it's going to be very tough for him to break through a lot of these locations. More than likely. And to actually kind of take another base after the current 5-base setup, especially, I think is going to be where it really starts to sting. That's, I think, is going to be the real challenging part of this overall. Is I do have the army coming back up top. Oh, Medevac just about escaping away. ByuN does not have the same amount of money Solo does as well. Again, he just fell behind in that mid stage of the game. And that is, it's causing so many issues. It's why Solo has all of the map. It's why Solo has so much economy. It's why ByuN has the struggles getting to, another base here. Definitely a pretty sizable problem at this point in time. Spire coming through, Hatch coming up, Lingbane still producing. Continue to be added on just for a couple seconds. Gathers again, just going to see the couple of ghosts going to come through as well, and we get everything joined together here. The cloaking's still coming up, and the smart servo's coming up as well, another upgrade being added into the mix. And the Bane Force still just continue to come through then for a couple of moments. You are going to be seeing this dive a little bit more aggressively into the Terran bases then, especially getting after those ghosts. If you get rid of those ghosts, then you're going to be in a pretty fantastic spot, right? Take down a bunch of that economy would be a pretty major positive as well, for sure. Tanks coming about, the cloaking is still coming through at that orbital command on. Nidus Network, the hatchery's building up. Here we go with Solar again, though, lunging forward with the Hydras. Looking to set up into this fight, looking to make this happen, looking to get this all started here, and looking to, again, put game one in his favor in this semi-final matchup. And get that all done already as the rest of the lane bane continues up. The Overseers continue to build about. A few more tanks coming through. The Hellbats and the Ghosts still building as well. Bringing a lot of that still into play just for now. Having the snipes coming through. Obviously, snipes onto the Hydras are good, and Solo loses a lot of supply there, and that's exactly what you're kind of looking for as ByuN these moments where you can kind of slow down Solo's supply gain quite heavily. Actually force him to spend some of that bank, and maybe eventually you can run him dry. Like I say, that's got to be the hope in the grand scheme of things here, so it's got to be what we try and play for, if nothing else. Like I say, Solo is super rich. He's going to add some more spellcasters into play with a few infestors coming up as well, just making it even more difficult for ByuN to have a chance in a lot of these engagements, a chance in a lot of these fights and whatever happens in the rest of this. So we're going to leave. Maybe a little bit of a lag from him, unfortunately. Let's have our army coming up. The Hydras will go lunging again, so getting set up to try and push through on this one. Hydras and the Vipers continue to come into play. Something to run by, just trying to do a little extra. We are going to be seeing the Vipers and the Lings all coming up. We're just going to be seeing the +1 flyer attack coming through as well. A couple more siege tanks getting grabbed over the course of this here. Still moving around the left side. The Libs gathering together. Vikings setting up overhead to also just trying to again do what we can for a little bit right now. The Vikings is going to shoot on through. And again, trying to get a little bit more damage out of all this right now. Corruptor's building as well. Obviously, the Liberators have become an issue. The thing I'm having an issue with for ByuN is that you can see Solar's bank account. It's just not moving, right? Like, it just isn't going anywhere. So, that's the big problem. Like, this entire map is still covered in Zerg bases, proof spread, and just economy. And so, it's still just, we're so far away from still seeing this truly turn into a successful endeavor for ByuN. Because right now, he's going to still run out way before his opponent does in terms of the money available in this game to each of these players. Tanks firing, a couple links still shooting. Great Aspire is coming online as well. Let's just continue to bring that up. We are going to be seeing his base going down. I mean, the issues for ByuN. I mean, this is going to be his next attempt at a base. This is pretty much the next location he can hit. So it seems like that's going to be where he tries to just make this his makes a stand. He doesn't really have much of a better option realistically, right? So can't really go for much else here. As the Hydras and the Banes coming back, Parasite Bomb will land onto a bunch of units. Good fungal growth as well. Gets a lot of these units caught and stuck for a little while. Great Spire coming through. The additional Zerglings are coming up. The Ghosts and the Tanks all building over into play. Orbital is going to come by as well. So again, getting that set up just for a couple seconds. This is actually going to keep on taking quite a bit of damage here, so a few more shots coming around. And try and break down this base at the same time you're expanding that bottom right-hand side, bottom left-hand side. So if you can take this base down, you give yourself the chance to again, have that base coming up for yourself and also be hurting the Zerg economy at the same time here. Trying our best to, again, make that a reality and to slow Solar down as much as we possibly can at this point. Brood Lords, the Hydras, and everything still gathering there for a second. Again, Lings and the Overlords building through. The Vikings and the Marines continue to build about. Just for a few more moments. Brood's actually in a great position here, so close to those tanks. Surely eventually we break onto the tanks. We've got to be very close to making it happen. Doesn't quite get through there. Wow, the Brutes for the moment going to be held off, but I think we're running out of anti-air, so eventually I think we still will break onto the tanks here. As we take another attempt, the Marines are now going to stim through to try and be the heroes on this one. They will try and save the day, but it's still not going to be enough. The tanks have to unsiege. They're now going to re-siege. It's just a messy scenario through and through on this situation, as we are going to be seeing the rest of the Broods are still moving up. The Lings are going to be there as well. Continue to try and fight into this. I think that is going to be that for the moment. Solar is finally going to clean out game one of Winter Madness after 27 minutes. That was quite the endeavor in the end, but he makes it happen. 27 minutes for game one. These two just naturally keep on playing very long, lengthy kind of games against each other. It's pretty wild. Ruby Rock going to be our second map. We're hosting into this as we speak. Getting joined into this lobby. Any moment. Be ready to go, go, go. Solar is saying that he's ready. He's just waiting for ByuN to ready up as well. We should be right into it. Wow. Waiting for a certain caster to join us. Nice thing to notice. Usually they host these games and we just go before we realize anyone's possibly missing, so it's actually decent. Let's head into this next game then. It is going to be Solar and ByuN game number 2, and it is Solar with the 1-0 lead in this best of 3. Before we get to the best of 5 final, the winner of this plays herO, of course, in that. Solar in the bottom right-hand side. ByuN in the upper left-hand side. Our red Terran player, our blue Zerg. There's going to be a couple of racks onto the low ground from ByuN, so he's going to apply some pressure of the Reapers in the early stages of this game. Number 2 is going to be the pathway for him. Back to the main base coming up. He's going to see the Reaper and a couple of barracks extra coming through as well. So again, bringing a lot of that online. Just for now. Both those barracks just going to be going over. And a couple of Reapers coming up, deeper on the way. Maybe 3 Reapers in total, so kind of bringing a lot of that online just initially. And we are going to obviously have a lot of Reaper pressure in this game with ByuN ready to throw it all into action. Those Reapers coming over. We'll see how much they can do. Solar should be pretty well versed in dealing with Reapers, especially those that belong to ByuN. He's played against him enough. Be surprised if this really was a something Solar's not ready to deal with to some extent. We have 2 drones already and having to pull those drones for a little while, so some lost mining time in play there as well. And the link speed building up, the drones and the crew tumors on the way through for a couple moments. Continue to bring that about. Just for now. As you have Reapers will drop a couple of grenades there. That one of those Reapers actually got very low. Obviously, we kind of built a few more Reapers than usual off of this 3 rack, so gonna have a lot more pressure. Still really looking, because it's so Reaper heavy in this game as ByuN, you really do want a bit more damage than you might usually ask for. A lot of the time you're saying, well, I don't need to do much because it's pretty lackluster, non-committed opening, right? It doesn't cost me too much or anything. But it's not really gonna be the case here on this one as we continue over. few more Reapers committed, you definitely want to get at least a little bit more damage done over the course of this. So I'm going to try and make sure we get as much of that done as possible on this for now. Drones are now running between main and natural, so they just kind of have to relocate between everywhere. Is definitely not ideal. Definitely not how you really love to see things going, but the way of things for the moment is we just have the rotor on the land, the drones still continuing by. Again, attack upgrade and the stim pack still building through. 9 workers killed. It's honestly pretty successful from ByuN. Now he's still 8 workers behind. Still has maybe taken some of this damage because he's been so focused on getting the additional drones in production. So it's a little bit of a factor there. Let's see the Marines, the stim, and the +1 upgrade coming through as well. So again, getting the rest of that all online for now. Reapers still doing some damage. Queen's still taking some shots. A few more hits coming through. There's that +1 upgrade, that combat shield building. We got a few Marines and Starport coming up as well. Roach and the Roach Speed will be back in production from Solus. He's going to get the Roach production on the go as the next phase of this game. There's a lot of Marines coming, so Roaches might be actually very necessary here already, just to help you stay very safe and protect against this initially. Armor upgrade, the combat shield coming over for a couple of moments, so just bringing that through. Some more Marines. The yard, you're going to see the stim forward onto that Roach Ravager chasing straight through for a little bit, so getting across, pushing away for a little while. Marine's going to fight the Roach Ravager, doing a bit more damage, so a few more shots coming in again. Medevacs are going to be retreating away from this one as well. It's just trying to get out of there for a couple of seconds. Interesting fight. See a lot of those Ravagers going down, just going to have the few Roaches still coming over. Is that enough to keep pushing through? I think it's going to be very difficult considering there is going to be the siege tank nearby as well, so I don't think we're going to get too much more out of that. Cluster shells coming up. Marines and the Marauders still coming into play. And there's going to be seeing the missiles and the carapace still coming through. The additional drones coming about for now. We'll just have ourselves the medevac having to load up a few of those Marines. Just going to retreat back. The Roach Ravager obviously here to defend. So the Marines are going to step over. He's going to see 12 drones going down, so that's nice damage for ByuN in a situation where I feel like he was definitely in the need to kind of get a little bit of something done maybe, otherwise this game was maybe starting to take a little step away from him perhaps. One more missile and carapace upgrades coming through. That link speed still building into place. The Roach Ravager link gathering up. Just going to throw the Baneling Nest down over on that far right side as well. So that's settled into play. The few Marines are going to come back around for a little longer and see what else we can get going for ourselves. Infestors and Roaches still building by, just for the moment. And this is nice from ByuN. Obviously having the tanks here as well really powers up this position and makes it as viable of a position to be in as he is in. Single lands just for one of the Marauders. And then 2-2 coming about, the 1-1 coming over as well. All of that still being brought in here. The Bioforce regathering. Medevac's going to be nearby. Melee, Carapace upgrades, all continuing to go. A couple of throws of Biles. Nice fungal at least. You can see the supply definitely trickling away from Solo a little, so definitely falling into some issues here. As he has a bit of a problem kind of keeping in and dealing with a lot of this pressure that ByuN is bringing to the table. Bioforce going to be there. We just see a couple of tanks still gathering back around as well. So again, this position is good, and ByuN having removed Solo down to 3 bases kind of keeps him very much so in control of this game. Solo's economy is going to be big lacking now to kind of really get back at it. So Pain speed coming up, Ballistic Carapace and the melee upgrade coming by for a little bit. Continue to bring that all on the way here. I'm just going to be seeing the Bio and the tanks and the Medevacs gathering up in the center of the map. Just joining us for a few moments. Again, 2-2 coming around, the melee and the Carapace upgrades coming up as well. Bio is going to stim back over for a couple seconds. Going to step through there. Take a couple of moments to push back in position. And do have the Bane speed, the Ultras. Kind of playing in the melee upgrade still coming through. So that's going to be a big step for Solo. Having the Ultras and so to help him out on this will, in theory, be a very useful addition. Bio on the tanks, the missile turret coming down, the CC just going to float over to the left, plus 2 melee, adrenal glands, and the chitinous, all building by. The 3-3 upgrades are continuing through also. So again, we just got a lot of that brought into play. Ling Roach Force is going to be running up toward that little group of Bio units as well. Oh, Bio going to show up a little bit too late, arguably. He's still going to get there for a little bit of the damage. We're building through, just going to see again, Kindness Plane and the rest of this continue to come over. Another fungal going across Medevac. Force will just gather back through. Again, the Lingbane, Roach, Ravager Force coming back over. You see the Ultras again coming back around for a couple seconds. Having this group of units still trying to come back over for a little bit. So you've seen this grouping of units in the main base is going to get turned away, so that is going to get shut down for a couple seconds, going to get pushed back on that. Well, 3-3 upgrades coming through. The Ultras are still producing. Lings, the Overseer, the +3 Carapace, and the Overlord Speed are still building by. You're seeing the bio going to come across. You're going to be seeing the Lings coming over. Take a couple of seconds. Just going to see the CC dropping down for a couple of moments as well. So just bring that straight into place for a couple of moments. I'm just going to knock down the rocks over here as well. So open up a little bit of that space too. Being able to Ravager up to the top side, ready to dive on towards the planetary fortress. It's going to be lifting up and just being denied. ByuN in the bottom side of the map as well, though, is still dealing some damage, is still applying some pressure here. A little bit more being dealt for a couple seconds of this. The base is going to go down again, so again, ByuN is doing a good job. Obviously, we had in the previous game, Solo really kind of exploding through the mid game and really kind of taking control and command. ByuN is making sure that's not happening this time. He's not having that kind of mid game lull. Jumping back toward those ultras just for a couple seconds. Liberators, Marines, and Marauders still building. And just have the Bioforce now running back. Is going to have a couple ultras backing this up as well. See that Liberator against Siege subs, just going to be bringing that straight through. Just going to have the Ultra, the Lings, and the Banes continue to come over. Let's see the Liberator sieging, the Lings, the Banes, and the Ultras are going to make a little bit of a run forward for this right now. So again, just trying to get in position there already. CC is on the left side gathering, the Ultras and the Banes getting back up towards the top. Just going to see the Queens getting caught, the rest is Sling, Bane, Ultra, Ravager Force continue to produce through right now and just shove. And ByuN is going to have to lift up and retract away. On the left side, are these Ultras going to get through the base? We do get rid of the majority of the Banelings at this point, so the Bane's already used up. This one Ultra going to stay swiping at a couple of these siege tanks then, if nothing else. Corruptors, +3 melee, +1 flyer attack, all continue to come over. We've seen that medevac. Corruptor is going to get rid of the medevac that was there, so just going to clean that up. We are going to be seeing the Bioforce still gathering up to the top and looking good with the Libs. Big sieging in that position as well to help with this for a moment. And Bio just going to trade a few more of these Broodlings going down. Just another base kill. Again, Solo still just clinging on to life around the right side of the map currently, so hanging on around those edges. Just gonna see the Cryptus coming through. Liberator gonna get grabbed, the Bioforce, the Libs, the Vikings, everything coming back across for a couple seconds. Nice sec, auto tracking coming through. Neo still playing also in addition to this. And as we get later into this game, just things that can actually be a little bit useful that you don't always think of. Now the Vikings going to shoot, just going to be seeing the Bioforce still holding up this ramp. The Vikings going after those Corruptors. The Ultra and the Ravagers turning back away. The Corruptors turn back in again. Parasitic Bomb landing onto a Viking. It's going to move forward. It's going to relocate for a couple seconds as well. Bunch more Corruptors coming through. The Bane's coming about as well here. Get a kill on this hatchery, so again removing this in the bottom left. We've got to make sure we get the base kills as well, try and keep Solar off of that economy. Well, they're besieging. Bio going to come back over. Again, Grey Spy coming up, the Lings, the Infestors continue to build by for a couple seconds. Spy in the night is all coming about. Just going to be seeing the other few units coming over as well. Just going to dive onto this army. ByuN is going to step away once again here. And this battle for Ruby Rock continues for the moment. Corrupt is getting after the libs. Just going to be seeing the Marine, the Ghost, regathering once again. So still joining back up over here. Great Spy coming about. The Ultras are coming through. There's going to be a couple of Widow Mines blowing up after a couple of those Corruptors as well. So again, trying to deal with this initially. Is actually going to try and find the orbital over this left side. The orbital is going to get picked away. The hatcher on the right side is going to get jumped on. The hatcher is starting to fall EMP onto the Overseers just for a little bit. Right, this is obviously going to be really nice. A good way to distract ByuN and to take his attention away a little bit too, right? And just to really mess him about. So yeah, taking some of the attention away from ByuN being on the offensive is generally just going to be a good thing. Missile turret going to hit onto the Corruptor. +2 fly attack upgrade still coming about. More corrosive balls coming down. The Bioforce still coming through. Another fungal growth coming into place. Now I'm going to be seeing this Bio turning back around. A couple of those Ravagers going to get jumped on, so a bit of damage being found over here. Big shove from ByuN, and actually Solo losing a lot of the supply is going to really open the door for him. Maybe get broken a little bit now as ByuN is going to be able to get rid of these bases bottom left. The top right is kind of starting to mine out a bit too, so these are the more important bases. These are the fresher bases. If ByuN can keep Solar off of these, that's where this game can absolutely maybe just be decided. There's a lurking infestor in the back, by the way, as well. That's getting ready to come through. I was thinking games like this, herO sitting in the finals just waiting for whoever comes out of this. So far, these guys have played, what, like 50 minutes of TVZ already? Pretty crazy. Lings, Ultras continue to come about. We are going to be seeing this little bit of Bio coming over as well. Ghost is going to be there. The Lings, the +2 fly attack upgrade coming about. The hatchery still building as well. 7 more broods are being added on the +2 flyer attack upgrade coming up as well to continue to get that going. Bioforce is still settling down here. Just going to be seeing the Medivacs going to be nearby. Just going to be seeing the cloaking coming up. The Widow Mines, the Marauders all continue to produce for a couple seconds. Ultra, Brood, Bane just pushing by. This army pulling over to the left-hand side, just setting back up over in this direction. The Widow Mine, the cloaking, still coming through. The Broodlords are still trying to get going. And those Broods is going to be fighting a couple of the snipes looking to come by as well. Fungal. Oh, he's going to land from the other side, by the way. That's going to be a mega Fungal. What a fight for Solo. I mean, he's already heavily low on supply kind of going into this, so not ideal. But if there was ever a Fungal to maybe save things, that might have been it. Without that Fungal, this army continues to just ransack. I mean, at the end of it, Solo just has no money left to remax. He's got no rebuilding available to him. And so it seems as though this is probably going to be ByuN taking the second game on Ruby Rock, and this series continuing to go the absolute distance. Another snipe coming down. You see the ByuN is going to fight. A couple of roaches getting picked away for a couple seconds. Going to be seeing the GG getting called. ByuN is going to have too much. And we go to a game 3 of this series. We get to go the full distance of this best of 3 semi-final. Yeah, we take those. That was a very, very awesome game. This series popping off a little bit. The winner again gets to play herO in the final. Like I say, I'm wishing I was herO right now. Out of all of these 3 players sat in the final, these 2 are going through the grueling effort of trying to make it to the final. Surely going to be a bit of exhaustion setting in by the time we get there. Alright, go getting called. ByuN and SoL are going to be readying up very shortly. Get this going real soon. Mothership going to be our deciding game. Wow, what a massive map for a final deciding game to be on of a series that's been going along already. We might be in for another epic game. Let's see if it gives it to us as ByuN and SoL enter a final bout to determine who will play herO in today's Kung Fu Cup finals. Drones Overlords coming about here as we get settled for the first few moments here. SoL and ByuN on Mothership to decide this series. Have the Overlord moving out for a couple seconds here, so just getting that on the go and in motion for a couple seconds and moving and cruising and all the good stuff just initially. Queens and Lings on the way. It is Multi-Rex Reaper again from ByuN. I felt like he did pretty good damage at the start of the last game. He put some good pressure on. He got SoL into a bit of trouble. Here we're going to fight a couple of Lings. I'm going to rejoin for a couple seconds as well. Let's be building through. And we do have the Reapers obviously going to be harassing up until this point. Only going to be building the 3 Reapers this time, obviously only on the 2 barracks in comparison to before. Reaper's pulled back over. Queens of the Lings are going to step through as well for a couple seconds. You can see the Reaper getting pushed back. Yeah, Reaper's moving about. Lings will gather through, and we just have ourselves the Reaper's actually going to get caught for a moment. Good attempt to grenade us out of trouble here. See how well we can do on that. Marine's going to be finishing through that stim pack, building up again. Commencing the starboard, continue to come about. That stim pack still coming through. A couple of drones going to pull back over the side. SCVs and so continue to come over. Queens are going to be holding the center for a couple seconds. They're all going to be seeing the Reapers getting turned away. Orbital command coming through. Banshee the Marines coming up. Stim pack being added on as well. Marines, the Banshee, the engineering base all coming through. A lot of that coming over for a couple seconds here. Just going to see the orbital is going to float across to the third base location. Get that set up just initially as well. So just bring that straight through for a little bit. Get this underway.
Game paused.
So looking to pause for some purpose. Bug. Well, we will discuss that. See if we get any info on this, or if we're just going to be left guessing. There's a Zerglin as natural that's stuck, I guess. Oh! Yeah, just kill the Zerglin with the Queen. It's not really, I mean, kind of a bug, but very fixable. You can just right-click it with the Queen, no? It just dies, we're good. Very dramatic, guys, very dramatic. Alright, they're gonna ready up, we're good. Freaking Reaper abuse, huh? Just like skill issue, bro. Yes, everyone's ready. We are good to go. Let's go resume this. As we count down, okay, 3, 2, and 1. This was so much less exciting than I thought it was going to be, because I was like, there's a, like, an actual thing about it. It's just a ling. Yeah. Hooray, he fixed it. You guys ever want to know just how much automation goes into the mind of a pro StarCraft 2 player? That's how much it is. It's like, I can't build the natural. There's a ling there. It's bugged. It can't possibly, like, you don't have the mental time to think of a solution to this, even if it's as simple as just kill the Zergling. Well, I'm just going to see the Carapace, the Hydrogen coming through, the Hatchery still coming about for a few moments. 1-1 upgrades, Combat Shield coming about, Marines, Tank, SCVs, the Barracks all continue to come around for now. As I continue to settle this into play. Can't believe we got stopped by a heckin' Zergling, man. Pesky. Pesky little dude, huh? Pesky little dude. Bring this in forward. A couple queens are going to start getting hit, so a bit of damage being done. The Lings are going to run into this to try and do the tanking initially as well. I'm just going to be dealing with this just initially. So far, so good. We just have our couple of Marines coming by. It's going to start doing a little bit more damage here, so getting a bit of extra value out for the next couple of seconds. Going to see the Carapace upgrade, the Guru Spines, all of this building into play. +1 missiles coming up as well. Marine tank, medevacs keep producing through, bring a lot of the rest of this into place. Just going to see the Baneling nest coming about. The Hydras and the drones are going to continue to produce on through as well, so get a lot of that brought up here. Vintage upgrades building. The Lings and the Hydra is going to be held back for a little longer. Still going to have the factory coming about, the depot coming through, the Marines are building, Hydras, Overlords, Bane Nest, Circlings, all of this coming by at the moment. Hey, what's up, Class Twitch? Thank you so much for the 11-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. Thank you. And to upgrades and that +1 vehicle weapons coming about as well right here, so just getting that on the go for a couple moments. Just gonna see the lanes coming in from a couple of angles right there, so getting through, getting some damage out. And it's going to be a defense for the moment. ByuN still rallying across the map, though. Still trying to get a little bit more damage dealt here over the next couple of moments. Just going to be seeing the Marines scanning, stimming, and cleaning up a whole bunch of creep spreads. So again, a lot of this creep cleaned out already. Marines in the tank continue to pull back for a second. Pulling away from that one for just a few. The Hydra's out does feel as though a lot of these little Marine forces are not able to do too much just yet. Again, +2 Carapace, +1 melee all coming around, Ling Bane coming over, that Hive is still producing through as well. Continue to bring that online right here as the Hydras are going to be there to push the medevacs away for a couple of seconds. See that look, then still building through. The Hive is coming up as well, so we get that on the go right now. Big push from ByuN, obviously getting those tanks sieged across the front line as well. Going to be a nice position to hold out on. Marines are trying to step up. The Hydra's going to be there. Marines going down in pretty big numbers, getting turned around the other way for the moment. Bane's still stepping across for just a second here. Going to have ourselves the run by. Feel those Lings going to step over. Just going to get in position straight away. Just going to be seeing again the Vipers will be there. The Seismic Spines coming up. We do have the 17 SCVs continue to come about. The Marines coming over. That's a lot of damage done the run by, but it's very recoverable for ByuN at this point, it would seem. And try and get back on his hands right now. So I'll step forward, Lings will be there, a couple of Banes are going to be jumped on, just going to be seeing the Hydras coming through as well. +2 missiles, +2 melee. He's going to be seeing the tanks getting abducted in by those couple of Vipers into the couple of lurkers. The rest of the Marine tank force continues to join together here just for a few moments. ByuN stepping over, and we are going to be having the 3-3 coming through, +2 vehicle weapons still coming into place. Just going to be having the blinding clouds covering a lot of this. Actually is going to be in trouble going down likely in a second. But it's going to instantly rebuild. Solar is going to be kept back to the 4 bases on the bottom side, unfortunately. So, not an ideal scenario for him. He is going to be trying to reestablish that 5th base on the top. But like I say, that is really kind of a necessity. Because without that, he does not really have the economy to stand up against the currently 4-base Terran player, right? So, needs to continue to see some success there. Else be in some trouble. Marine's going to fight. Look, are going to be there. Big drop actually going around the bottom side, and I don't think Solar's really caught onto that, so that might be an issue for him. Doesn't realize what's up. That could be problematic. He's still going to catch it, though. Okay, nice catch while the Manivacs get abducted. Doesn't actually lose that one that got abducted there. Nothing really came of it. As we are going to see the rest of the ByuN coming back around. Just going to see the couple of Lings are still running in after a bunch of those Marines as well. Two libs, 2 tanks, 2 ghosts, all still producing through for a couple seconds. So again, we see where a lot of this goes to. Marines are that survived in the bottom right going to come back in as well. Get themselves straight back into position. A big push on the top, of course, at the same time, and those lurkers, the problem is they're being kind of held back by the libs and the tanks and so they're not really able to get too heavily into these fights. There's Lings, the Bane's still coming about. Seeing the ByuN pulling back once again. A couple of those Broodlings still stepping forward. We do have +3 missiles, we do have adrenal glands and +3 carapace. All of that continues into play at the moment. One more siege tank here. Solar still maxed out and is able to play this defense. He's not going to fall just yet. And now he is maybe going to actually get some of the bases up in the bottom right. They're the ones that ByuN was on his way to trying to deny before with the drop, but was not really, fully able to or so. Hopefully these lurkers will hold out. A few more VSCVs find themselves going down. Lurkers actually pushing through a couple of these ghosts right now, so ghosts are dropping. Picked away at almost immediately. Still just seeing again +3 missiles, adrenal glands, +3 carapace, all of that goodness on the way through for a couple seconds. Actually gets rid of the base on the top as well. However, Solar's going to swing around the bottom side again and maybe try and work his way through some of the bases of the Terran over in this direction instead. So going to take a completely different approach here. Again, +3 missiles finishing soon, +3 melee is already starting up as well. Missile turrets, tanks, the Sensor Tower building through, +1 vehicle plating. Another upgrade for ByuN to work with here. Ghost is wrapped around on the left-hand side. Still got that +3 melee upgrade on the way through from Solar. So again, getting to the later stages. Again, that bottom right of the map coming online for him. Pretty big deal as well. So getting that up and running going to help him a lot. Gonna see the Hydra Bane Ling coming back over for a couple seconds. Well, let's continue around there. A couple of Banes still coming over. The Burrow upgrade coming through, +3 melee upgrade coming in as well. This Hydra Bane Ling force back around into the center of the map. The Bio going to rejoin up for a couple seconds. Just going to see the Hydra's actually going to get caught again, so just going to be back over in that position. Going to deal with that for just a couple moments. We are going to break through a base with 18 SCVs included, so we can get quite a bit of damage done to ByuN's side of the map on that one. More of this Ling Bane Hydra still pushing through. 22 SCVs having gone down. This Bioforce still stepping over. Ling's getting hit. Hit hard. I mean, ByuN is going to be in a bit of supply trouble. Solar continue to run forward into this. If ByuN can't start holding some of these positions, then he's in trouble, right? I mean, you got to start holding some of your bases here. Else you really do end up in a big issue. Hydra, Ling, Burrow all continue to come over. He's going to run across. He's going to get the tank jumped on. He's going to be seeing the Burrow and the Banes coming up as well. ByuN, of course, should be able to still stay defensive in a lot of these positions and keep some value going. Spire coming up, the Lings and the drones coming about as well. Tanks, Hellbats, the Infernal Igniter coming up. And then the Spire and the Hatchery coming online. The Ling Bane still producing Infernal Igniter. Tanks and the Hellbats, all of this coming over. A couple more of those Hellbats coming by at the moment. The Ling Bane Hydra up through the top side of the map. A lot of Banes rolling up right there, so running straight through with this. I'm just going to fight a couple of Banes still rolling into this. The Hydra's going to be there. A couple of Hellbats in the tank in the background. Getting set up as well, so still firing a few more shots just for the moment. A lot of drones going down. There's a lot of damage dealt by this little Bioforce. The Ghost as well, putting the work in already. Some damage dealt. We are going to see +2 vehicle plating coming up. Tanks, Marines, Hellbats coming across as well. He's going to run through. He's going to grab a Ghosty right there as well. So just going to be seeing that happening. But at the same time, ByuN is up on the top, denying another base. And he is going to take that one down. On the bottom side, the couple of Hellbats going to stay busy onto the Hydras also. Five more Corruptors coming through. Great Spy coming up. The Hatch and the Lings continue to build. And then Ghosts, Tanks, Marines continue to come around for a second here. A bit more production being made. The Ghost count is growing back up from ByuN. He's trying to drop the bottom side, but Solar's defense on that bottom side has been pretty decent, honestly. He's been able to do pretty well for himself in the grand scheme of things, I'd say. Making sure that position has not been broken down by some of the drops that ByuN has brought into the scenario. That's going to be seeing the Hydra Bane coming over then for a second here. And 6 more Corruptors, the few Infestors coming about. 3 tanks at a time as well. ByuN again trying to reestablish a lot of that kind of controlling area. Ghost, Halbert's tanks again, a lot of that just on the way in for a couple of moments here. We're just going to be seeing the Thors on production as well. Thors coming through, like I said, ByuN a lot of those mech units are trying to support him into the tail end of this game, perhaps. A couple of snipes coming down, a couple of those Broodlords getting hit already. Bit of damage being done right off the bat. Bio still pushing forwards, the Ghost's going to be there. Continue to chase this down at the moment. Now we're going to go down, a couple of lurkers will get burrowed up as well, so going to bring that straight back through. Clean this up. Obviously, Solo's starting to lose a little bit of this main base, but not the end of the world, right? It's if you can kind of get your keep your kind of production structures up, then losing that base is very iffy because you're mainly more focusing on a lot of the bottom side of the map now. What might happen though is if you lose the top side control, then ByuN can maybe expand to the top side much more easily, and that might be the main victory that ByuN gets out of this in the foreseeable future, being able to work towards one of those bases. Be a pretty big deal. A couple of Thors, the Vikings, the Marine, the Ghosts. Continuing to come about for a second. Riddles on the bottom side are going to be an issue as well, though. That's something which you can't deal with super easily here at all. It's going to be a little bit of a problem. Bane's rolling about. A couple of Thors are going to be gathering together here as well. The Bane's coming through. Again, Marines and the Hellbats continue to gather around. Just going to be seeing the Planetary going to get into a little bit of trouble once again. So this push position. Now a couple of snipers trying to come through. Those Hydra's going to have to step back once again. The Vikings are still chasing forward. Still looking to get a bunch more of this done. The Vikings putting some damage in. The Broodlord taking some hits as well. We are going to see the Lings and the Hydras resetting back for a few seconds. And Ling Hydra coming about, a couple of drones going through, get those quick tumors on the way. Hellbats and the tanks continue to come about. A lot of Lingbane Hydras gathered to the right. Hellbats and the Thors are going to be right there. Just going to be seeing the Lingbane still producing by, so again, bringing a lot of this up already. And just getting that ready to go again. ByuN has slowly been whittled down in this game. He is now down to 150 supply. His army supply is still somewhat competitive. You could imagine a world where ByuN can kind of probably, take another fight or so still. But it's definitely kind of on that end of like, it's going to be really tough to rebuild from that after, especially if it's not a good fight. And as Solar crashes into this army and comes wrapping around it, it looks as though this might just kind of do it. At first it did, but then those tanks have held strong toward the tail end of the battle. And being able to get a lot of splash damage on the Banes at the very end of this as well, definitely a pretty huge factor. Going to be seeing the Hydra Bane Viper continue to come through. The extra Lings and the Overlords coming up as well, so bring all of that online. Marine Marauder Hellbat continue to produce right here. And the Viking's going to shoot. The Overlord going to take some damage. The Viper also in some issues. So like I say, this is going to open the door a little bit. Kind of keeps ByuN in this. Army supply good for him at the moment. Obviously, he needs to get down here and deny these bases of Solar. If he can't deny those bases, this could become very tough. Because Solar might just be able to keep enough economy in this game to, like I say, keep this really going. Knowing ByuN Hydra still coming through. Just going to see the Hellbat coming over as well. Things like this going down are not exactly going to be helpful to Solar, who, you know, you're fighting for every bit of army supply right now. ByuN Hydra still coming through. Hatcher coming about. Just going to see the look. Is going to nibble up at the rocks for a couple of seconds here as well. Still a couple of ghosts on the bottom side. Wow, who would have thought this game 3 was going to be the most epic, questionably? I mean, the entire series has just been drawn out back and forth battles, but I think this one really is epic. It's down to low economy. Both players have drawn each other down to a point where they are hurting and in pain. They're feeling it. It's definitely tough right now as we settle back into this. You see a little bit of value dropping down, a few drones going in here as well. And a couple Marines and the Marauder coming back about here. Just take a couple seconds. We do have the Hellbat and the Ghost continue to gather around. The Lings coming through. The Lings stepping over, Banes and the Overseers and everything else coming by. That Ghost still coming up. ByuN pushing to the top. At this point, it feels as though ByuN, he's actually getting some supply kind of in backup as well, right? Some money in the bank. So he's actually going to, I mean, he shouldn't really have money in the bank. He should be building that supply further, but it's just a stage where these scrappy units are favoring the Terran at this point, and it's becoming a real factor. And we do see the Hellbat tank and Ghost still building through. Wings coming around, the drones are going to be there. Just going to be seeing everything else still joining up together. Wings going to dive, just going to be seeing those tanks in some trouble. Going to see a blinding cloud coming down already. It's going to be seeing a couple more snipes as well. The snipe's going to be great on the Hydras. The tank's going to try and siege. The most important thing is maybe that EMP on the Infestor. Let's just not make sure that no spellcasting is going to change the outcome of this. And ByuN is indeed going to take Solar down in one heck of a performance and win this out over Solar to go to the finals. Here today in the Kung Fu Cup 6. Wow. What a series that was. That was definitely a that was definitely a battle. These guys really threw it all at each other during this one. And coming out, ByuN in the favorite position. We'll probably take a couple minutes as we take some videos and stuff here, guys. So we'll take a couple moments. We'll come back in a few. I'll see you guys in just a couple moments, and we'll go back into some more StarCraft. So yeah, thanks for watching. We'll be back here very shortly with more. It's going to be the grand finale coming up next. I'll see you guys in a moment. Welcome back, welcome back. How are we doing? herO and ByuN readying up to play a TVP final here, guys. Welcome everyone from the WardiTV stream. Hope you're all doing great. What's up, Mike6RS? Thank you so much for the 18-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming in. A monthly Prime update. What if there will be any voting for new maps on ladder? I need some maps for my Camp Tunnel style gameplay. I mean, the voting should be on TL.net soon. I'm not sure when exactly voting is open for this TLMC season, but it will be public voting as usual. Like, TLMC always has a public vote element to it, so yeah, you'll be able to vote as we are counting down into the game for this game number 1 of the best of 5 final today, guys. It's been an epic Kung Fu Cup, especially that semi-final between ByuN and Solar, obviously coming just fresh out of that, and that was a lot of fun. A lot of drawn-out games. Let's jump into this herO ByuN match and see what PVT awaits us. Best of 5 final as we kick this into action in the next couple of moments. In the top left-hand side, our blue Terran player is going to be ByuN. He takes on the Red Protoss in the bottom right. He has been the guy that kind of dominates a lot of the Kung Fu Cups this season. It has been herO. So, let's get into this TVP and see what's going to happen here. And again, Rex and the SUV coming through, getting the probe coming up, and get settled down for a couple moments. Bring this into play at the moment. Here's a couple of SUVs are going to pull through, go after the probe, just for a little bit. Get that underway for a couple of seconds. This hero's been such a tricksy play to figure out in this PVT lately. And ByuN, I feel like ByuN's had some success against like Classic, but I feel like herO has been very consistently a struggle for a lot of the Terrans in the TVP. His TVP just seems to be one that a lot of people can't quite seem to crack. You see coming up, Factory coming through. He's having the Sentry in the Warp Gate continue to build it by for a couple seconds, so bring that over. And you're just going to patrol at the front of them for a couple seconds as well, so we're going to move that back and forth for a little bit. Get that on the go. Marine Cyclone coming about, SUV and the Starport building through as well. So again, we bring that into place just for a couple moments. And again, the Twilight Council, the Stalker, and the Wargate continue to come as well for a few moments as well. Get that all settled just for now. Starport, Cyclone, and company coming into place as well. Blink coming online, tanking a couple of Marines coming up as well for just a second here. Let's see the tank and a couple of Marines continue coming about. Then for a couple of seconds, it's going to bring that over. And it's going to be seeing the blinking company coming through as well. So again, getting that on the way. Medevac coming through, tank coming down for a couple of seconds. Still going to see that Banshee and tank Marines. So a lot of aggressive possibility in the next couple of moments here from ByuN. Marines, tanks coming across, just gonna go and having the charge and the +1 upgrade coming through as well. That Stalker's still coming around. Take a couple of seconds. I think that's all set up. Let's see the ByuN showing up then, so the tank's gonna be in that nice aggressive place. Let's see what they can do. I'm actually going to be seeing the Stalkers blinking forward. It's actually going to get rid of a bunch of the tanks pretty comfortably here. Get rid of a bunch of those quickly. The sensor, the Guardian Shield is going to be fading away. And with that Guardian Shield fading away, maybe some more opportunity right now. The Stimpack's still coming up. Marines, Cyclone, and the tanks continue to gather around. And charging the +1, all building through. So bringing that up into place. And it's going to be the next big part of this game. Getting that charge up is herO. Still down a lot of army supply following this, so he might have survived through that kind of previous attack, but he's not in the clear just yet because ByuN is still being aggressive. He's still showing up, still getting a little bit of value out of this as we are going to jump onto this next. It looks as though ByuN's army is going to kill the third. That's a major issue for the Protoss. Going down your third base is obviously not recommended, typically speaking. Stimpack +1 all continue to come through. The command center and the Marines Marauders coming about. The probes are still pushing up. The Zealots are going to be there. Sentries and the Stalkers coming across. The Banshee is going to be going down as well. We kill off this siege tank. Also, another Marine that gets picked away at. Another grab in the grand scheme of things. And the Stalkers and the +1 continue to come through. The Observer, the Nexus, the probes, all building for now. Well, ByuN obviously is going to be letting up the pressure for a second. Take a chance to, taking a chance to kind of get that third base up for herO. So he's going to reestablish this and get back in control. As ByuN finishes his upgrades, though, you imagine after killing the third, the next part of this is likely going to be very scary because herO's going to be losing a lot of the income and economy that he's meant to have at this stage of the game. Can we maybe possibly as ByuN capitalize on, like I say, the damage that we've done? Does herO have some magical way to survive? He's building his first Colossus, so he's going to try to establish a few tech units here, see if we can maybe get something up and running. Stepping through, a couple of tanks, taking a few shots. Thermal lens, +1 armor. The Glass is coming through. The Fat Nexus and this battery continue to come online into play. Just going to see the Bio and the Medevacs going to regather for a couple of seconds. Stalkers will jump onto a Marine already, so again, grabbing that just for the moment. Again, armor and the thermal lens just going to continue to come through for a couple of seconds. If we can get the Colossus up, and a couple of Colossus up especially, I could be a believer in herO taking a step back into this game or so, perhaps. Guess we'll see. And just see how ByuForce. We're now going to grab a pylon up to this top side. And we've seen the +2 and the thermal lance continue to come into action. Prism, Zealots, all still on the way up right here. They're going to just push across, kill another Zealot off. Tank's going to be firing probes, taking some damage. The Nexus coming through as well. We are going to see the tanks continue to shoot here. The Byu are going to turn back around and clear up a bunch of those Zealots. Also just going to shoot, a bit more being done. And again, the +2 attack and that thermal lance upgrade all coming into play. Big shove in the top right. I mean, obviously, ByuN just going to catch here. Not quite in position just yet to deal with this, so he's going to be able to get rid of the 4th base. The 2 Colossus now step up. The Stalkers blink in. Just coming through. The Colossus is going to get lifted up. Just going to be seeing the Zealots still going to be there. A couple of those Zealots still getting absolutely eviscerated. As the Byu army still looking particularly strong at the moment. Again, the little drop coming back around the other way. herO losing probes as well, so his economy definitely taking hits throughout this. To attack. The Colossus, the Sentry, and the Zealots all still building by for a little longer. So again, we bring a lot more of this in. The starport relocates and puts itself down onto the reactor. And then they're coming through also. Again, just continue to get that on the go. A couple of Colossus are going to laser beam through a couple of those Marines as well. Just trying to get a bit more damage dealt for the moment. Obviously, herO being able to turn this onto the offensive after the kind of game that he's had so far. Pretty crazy stuff. I'm going to be seeing ByuN is able to hold his own for the moment at least, so is able to push this back. And the Colossus coming back around. Just going to see the medevac and a couple more Marines over here. And then T2 on the way up, the +1 ship weapon coming about. Also going to laser beam. The Zealots are going to charge in for a couple seconds as well. So again, just get straight going with that. The Colossus now going to kite backwards. Good Prism Micro is giving you the chance to get more out of this than you really should be getting. And this Colossus just able to laser beam from afar. Again, it's crazy because herO is not in a good supply position in the slightest. His supply is definitely in the bin a little bit, but he's been trying to, again, keep this pressure up, and ByuN is playing like herO is the one who's got the lead of this game. He's having a big pull it back and play so defensive here. Vikings are going to go through. A couple of Colossus are going to get jumped on as well. It's going to be seeing those Vikings still getting through. The Colossus getting grabbed. Going to be seeing the prison going down as well. The rest of these Byu units are still coming across for the next few moments. So again, putting a little bit more pressure on all this. Factory setting up. A few more Zealots are going to get settled as well here. Continue to get that into position. See the Byu coming across. Medevacs and the Vikings are going to be there. Just going to see the Marine Marauders still building through. It's going to be ByuN cleaning out these Zealots. I mean, herO supply is just in the bin. Like, this one is absolutely done. Just waiting for the acceptance and the GG, which just finally kind of come through here. And it is going to be ByuN to take a 1-0 lead in this best of 5. So ByuN gets off to a start. I mean, it's a very good, strong first push, right? Puts himself in a good position early, able to put himself in a great spot to start, and obviously capitalize on that. Although I did feel like, for a moment or two at least, there was going to be a herO capitalization somehow, some way. Felt like he was getting the momentum going in his favor a little bit more than should have really been possible, I feel like. White Rabbit going to be our map here, guys. Get this going in a second. And kick off in game 2 of this match in just a couple of moments. Countdown is on. Get back in a White Rabbit here in just a couple of seconds. So again, get this on the go for a few moments. Get this started out. Let's get a second game going. See if ByuN can continue to succeed here against herO. On the top right side, a 1-0 lead belongs to the blue Terran player. This is ByuN. The bottom left, our red Protoss is going to be herO. And thanks everyone for joining us today for this Kung Fu Cup 6. I am off tomorrow, just a little heads up, but I will be back on Thursday, I think, with a WardiTV Spring Cup qualifier, I think is what we're going to be going for. So you guys can come and join us for that if you do so wish. And then over the weekend, we should be live. I want to say Friday, OSC King of the Hill, and Saturday we should be live with probably some Spring Cup action. Probably might or might not be live on the Sunday. Not decided yet. Depends how we're feeling. So yeah, that's the schedule of the week coming through. As we are going to see, herO's schedule is apparently going to be a speedy one in this game, setting up that forward gateway to kick things off. So we'll Chrono Boost, bring that around. Factoring the reactor coming about, CC coming in. Just going to be seeing the Nexus coming along. And we'll have a Stalker in the Warp Gate building as well here for a couple of moments. And that's up and running just initially. Blizzard's going to go swinging onto the depots for a couple seconds then. And some work on that is just have the cancel this bunker. Just going to repair this depot up, and we are going to put a bit of defense on this so far. Again, Stalker and the Zealot going to gather around for a couple seconds. You see the Reaper is going to continue to fight the SCVs, pulling back across as well. Just going to see the Stalker and the Warp Gate coming through. The Twilight Council and the Nexus still building up. And bring a lot of that into play still in the next few moments. So again, bringing that online. Just going to see the Stalker coming about. The Cyclone is going to lock on, pick off that Stalker. Kill that away, and the Reaper and the Cyclone continuing through. The Zealot is still dropping down for now. So defense is made. A couple SCVs go down, but you know, herO can make a gateway to the middle of the map for this, right? So it's an investment for sure. It's also lost 325 to the 375. Those couple of Stalkers just going to gather back around for the next couple of moments as well. Just repositioning themselves here as we get this all set. Cyclone locks on. Stalker's going to take some hits. We are going to have the couple Stalkers pulling back over. Just going to see the tanking company coming back through as well. Robot facility in the gateway continue to come online. Just have the Marines, the Cyclone, the tank coming back through. I mean, this is going to be with that charge coming up again. herO's next step. The only is what down 5 workers up a good bit of army supply. Like I say, I think with the charge it makes it very difficult because you can't really do too much if your opponent is going to have that charge available to them. think his charge is not done yet, so if ByuN goes now, this might be the timing, right? A few SCVs, second tank on the way. Ability to get this going. Again, tank Marine, the gates and the rest continue to come up. See a couple of SCVs pulling through. Tanks going to be sieging. I mean, this base of herO is already just in trouble. Like I say, he needs charge at the very least to be able to fight this. ByuN's going to push right up with this tank, so going to make sure that it's going to be valuable. Let's see how quickly we can get rid of the siege tanks here. Surely we just got to right-click them as herO. Taking a long time to get through the first one. It takes a long time to get through the Zealots, though, in fairness, right? The Zealots are going to be able to be pretty potent for a little bit. The Zealots still come about, so again, bringing that back across for a little while. Just gonna see that Stalker gonna hit the medevac for a few moments. A bit more damage being done. A couple of Zealots will jump on toward the tank there, so a bit more damage being dealt. And Liberated tank and Marines continue to come about. Zealots and the Stalks coming through. Zealots unloading into the main. Yeah, I like hero's aggression. He's going to get rid of the siege tank here. Cool move. And straight into the main base. Knocks the tank down. Now, the Prism doesn't escape from this. The Viking will get the kill. So that part, unfortunately, is not going to go the way of herO. ByuN is still going to be, what, ahead by a worker, which is great. Double mule to no mule, obviously, is very good. Terran has that advantage, and then army supply is still good for ByuN too. herO has charge, but not really the economy to get so many Zealots up that it's going to be like a true, real kind of scary threat here, I feel like. That's where we're kind of at right now. CC drops toward the natural expansion. Again, a few Marines, the medevac still coming through. Combat shield coming up. And bring that combat shield down. Liberate is going to get sieged. A couple of those probes already kind of backing away from this. Yo, what's up, Iridian? Thanks so much for the 7-month resub. Hi, Wardy. Great SE2 content. Thanks so much, mate. Glad you're enjoying, and thank you so much for supporting the channel today. If you guys are enjoying the cast, and take a moment, consider liking, subscribing on the YouTube, following on Twitch. And of course, if you do have the ability to subscribe, whether that's with a Prime or whatever, it all goes a long way to allowing me to keep on bringing you guys our StarCraft 2 events that we cast, and obviously the ones that we run as well. Cheeky mention to the WardiTV Patreon, patreon.com/WardiTV. Appreciate you guys. Check it out. Thank you so much for listening, and let's get back to this as the Prism and the couple of probes continue to come around here for a couple seconds. I should think hallucination here is obviously not going to be too much of an issue. Stimpack tank, the Marine still coming up. Robot Bay and the Nexus coming by. And just going to be seeing a couple of Zealots still warping through. The Prism flies across into the main base, unloads a few of these Zealots. And CVs will start cruising. Storm's still stepping up, Zealots are coming over. Just going to be seeing this little shove up, and we are going to be seeing, I mean, we're trying our best to kind of get rid of the air units with the Stalkers. At the very least, trying to put a little bit of value in on that. Again, Stimpack, a few Zealots continue to come around for a couple seconds. Just going to be seeing the Marines are still pushing to the front. Stalkers on the top side are going to fight a few of those units as well. I feel like ByuN's a little bit split apart, and that separation is going to give herO a good shot of playing cleanup on this now. Again, Stim coming through, the extra Marines and the SCV coming about as well, so putting a lot of that into play. Just going to see the couple of Zealots and Stalkers still coming over for a few moments as the Prism pulls back. across. Marine's going to go after the pylon. We're just going to be seeing the probes are pulling back as well. So again, getting a lot of this fire here. Just going to be seeing the Liberator, the Marines all building through. Can we actually break through this? I mean, herO is just running out of army supply. He actually had a pretty good effort of it, but especially with Stim chasing down an Immortal, it kind of says what you need to see in terms of where this might end up, which is just not being good enough, I think. In the end of it all, Marines continue to go after a few more probes, and ByuN is going to find himself a 2-0 lead against herO, which is actually kind of incredible. herO is, definitely a favorite in this, right, at the end of the day, and I mean, like I say, we oftentimes see ByuN taking maps off of, a hero or so, but actually being 2-0 up is pretty incredible. Still plenty of room for herO to obviously bounce back in this series as well. But for the moment, this is all ByuN. ByuN showing up. The aggression early is working and hitting. Very nicely done. All right, game number 3. As we get to 10,000 feet. Bring this one straight through in a couple moments. Get this on the way. Kick this into action. Let's see what happens here for our potentially last game of the day. I mean, after ByuN and Solo was such an epic semi-final, this finals is suddenly 2-0 in favor of ByuN. We might have a bit of an upset, as herO, like I say, has won 3 of these events, 6 editions. Might be stopped here today at the last stage. But like I say, many a time, I mean, if herO came in 3-0 ByuN, would we be surprised? That's all that essentially has to happen now. Just go 3-0 from here. It's as simple as that. In the top left-hand side with the 2-0 lead, ByuN will be our blue Terran player, taking on the red Broads bottom right herO. Down and trying to fight back on this one. What's up, SmargF? Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well for 4 months. Appreciate you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Gateway Probe continue to produce spy for just a little bit here at the moment. And that started. Again, racks on the gas coming through. Just going to be seeing the SCV coming over. Gateway coming through. SCV Nibbles probe taking some damage. I'm just taking a few shots on that for a couple seconds. Just going to be seeing the Cybercore and the probe continue to come around. And next on the Cybercore coming through, the probe will nibble at the SCV for a couple more moments. Just try and put some pressure on. Just initially. See what we can get done. Probe nibbling at the depot. Couple Reapers in the factory all coming around as well, trying to see what else we can do. And stalking the warp gate coming on up. Bring that straight into play here just for a moment. And the center in the warp gate still building by just for a couple seconds, so building that straight into place. And just going to be having the couple of Reapers are still heading down the bottom right side as well, trying to see what else is going on. Around, just moving for a little bit, try to see what else is going on. That's going to be that blink starting from herO, so getting that underway. And the starting point of this setup just for the moment here. Get this going, see what we're going to do. Again, blink and the warp gate coming about. Just going to be seeing the pylon on the way. Getting this rolling out, and the Stalker and the Sentry still out the front for now. Creepers and that Hellion just nibbling at the Stalker. A bit more damage done. Orbital, Marines, the tank, continue to produce. Just going to see again the Orbital is coming online for a couple seconds, so bring that all around. Motor mines burrowing, a couple pros coming through. Look at that blink coming about. Keep that going for a little bit. We just have our Liberator, the tank, and the Marines coming over. I mean, you've got the charge coming up. It's only just starting. As ByuN starts to get pressure on the map, he's going to send that Liberator around one direction. Trying to get that set up for a couple moments. Dates and probes coming up. The Observer and the charge coming over. He's going to be having the couple of batteries and so coming through here. Marines and the tanks is going to be there. Push the Stalkers back the other way. It's going to be having the pullback for a couple of seconds at least. Just going to be seeing the tanks get sieged. I mean, the Zealots don't have charge yet, so these few Zealots that are here are not exactly going to be changing the world just yet. Widow Lines in the mineral lines actually going to do a lot of work as well. Uh-oh, is herO just... I mean, herO's in a lot of trouble now, especially those Widow Lines doing some damage, so you're taking some big eco damage behind this also. And this is absolutely going to start becoming a big problem right now as the tanks get sieged. The Marines are going to continue pushing over. A couple probes trying to escape away. Here come the Stalkers. We're going to break down one tank, but extremely slowly. Stalker's going to have to blink away for the moment. A couple more Zealots showing up. I think we're going to be fine, but it's fine in terms of maybe we get rid of all the units. But this Hellion is still being killing probes, and this Hellion is still killing probes. I don't know if herO realizes it, honestly. He just lets it live, and it's continuing to kill the workers over on that mineral line, so damage continues to be done right there. Oh no, oh no. Another Widow Mine gets burrowed up. It does at least go down, so this one gets cleaned out in time. That is good news as the Marine Marauder and Stim continue to build up. Combat Shield on the way. Stim building by. Again, the Robobay and the Probe still producing on through. A couple Stalkers going to hit that Medivac for a couple moments. Pushing that back around the top. And again, Robobay, Probes, and the Prism. All continuing back into the action here. Well, herO lives. I mean, ByuN did some serious damage, and I can only imagine that the follow-up from ByuN is going to be at least somewhat potent and somewhat dangerous, if nothing else. But for now, herO does indeed survive, so we'll see if he can muster together a defense in the next phase of this game, or maybe even a turnaround as well. Combat Shield, +1 attack, +1 armor. All building about. Just going to see the Marines going to be there. The Observer flies overhead. That scan is good to get that grab. Kill that Observer off. Clean this out already. And Stalkers gather about. The Colossus is going to chrono through. Still got 1-1 on the way. The +1 attack upgrade and the thermal lance continue to come by. This army's still settling. Just going to get another scan on Observer. ByuN's so sharp at spotting those obs and making sure you can grab them so much of the time. Removing that vision from herO. Removing that ability to kind of see what's going on. And to stop him from being able to make, you know, the best decisions possible because he's not working with perfect information all the time is generally a pretty major plus. ByuN gonna stem across, couple of Zealots gonna get chased away. Still got this ByuN pushing up. ByuN going to take a few more shots of damage, a little bit more being done already over here. It's going to be seeing this attack still continuing. Now we're pulling back. We're going to see Zealots from the other side. The Stalkers are trying to shut down reinforcements. I mean, now that everything collects together from ByuN, it's going to look a little bit more comfortable for him in this engagement. But yeah, everything was just a little bit split apart at first. Still pulling back. The Zealots are doing their job tanking. 1-1 upgrades from ByuN does help a lot, mind you. Obviously, having the full ability to just be kind of better upgraded and dealing some more damage means these Zealots are eventually going down if it is, you know, even if it is just a slow process. ByuN stemming through, another sword going down. This Colossus is going to get jumped on. We are going to see both these Colossus coming across. Starport, a couple of Vikings, the Marine Marauder still coming up. The 2-2 upgrades coming about as well. Bring that Ghost Academy into play also. And ByuN Viking back around to the bottom here just initially. Plus if he's going down. Scorpion the Colossus coming across. Just going to be having this Bioforce going to engage in again. ByuN supply still looking good. We're actually going to be seeing this Bioforce still going. We're actually going to get rid of the couple Colossus. If the Colossus go down, it's going to be a little tough. We have the Colossus in trouble once more here. The Zealots finally showing up. Oh, they had to walk back into a Widowmine, so a little bit of splash came through onto the Colossus as well, softening them up. Now the Zealots that are charging forward do not look as though they're going to be able to bring much to this. And this looks as though we might just have ourselves a G to the G's on the horizon because ByuN is pushing on forward and looking for the 3-0 over herO in this final. Disruptor shot flies. We dodged with the Ghost. They let the Marauder tank the shot. Of course, Marauders can take those. No problem. Marauder strong. Ghost not strong. GG. ByuN 3, herO 0. Just like that, we are going to have ourselves an absolutely wild result here. 3-0 was not what I expected. Like 3-0 is just off the charts of expectation. Like, you know, ByuN beating herO, I can understand. You know, that happens, right? That can absolutely happen. But 3-0 in herO and actually just looking very good the whole way through. Yeah, kind of crazy, honestly. Kind of crazy. What a day. Man, that was a really good day as well. Like, that semi-final of ByuN Solo was so good as well. Alright guys, just a reminder, I'm off tomorrow. There should be some information up tonight about a qualifier for the Spring Cup. That will happen on Thursday. And we should have Spring Cup action starting on... we should have Spring Cup action starting on Saturday as well. So... that is going to be what's going on. Yeah, I'm going to run some ads on the outro. Yeah, now we can run some ads on the outro, and we're going to wrap it up right there. We need to see Mario in your tourneys? Sure, you just call him up, let him know he's welcome to play anytime. I'm sure he'll show right up. Yeah, I'd love to have him, obviously. I'd love to have all the great players. This isn't my tournament anyway, this is a Kung Fu Cup. But, yeah. Alright, guys. I appreciate you all. I will see you guys on Thursday for more StarCraft 2. We should have a qualifier for you guys there. I will see you guys later. You guys have a great rest of your day. Set ads on the outro. Watch them if you want to support for free. And we appreciate you guys. Bye.